Hey, good evening, everyone. What is up? It is so good to see Orivori. Thank you so much for the sub, my friend. I really appreciate it. We are back once again with some more Guild Wars 2 for what will likely end up being a very big week for the Guild Wars community. It looks as though we may be getting some announcement of some sort of development. Not sure what it's going to be. Very keen to see this coming Friday, so very keen for that. In the meantime, we're going to start forming up for some raids very shortly, but before we do that, I want to at least get this character into Shipwreck Strand, because then I can go and get some extra hero points on it, because this character still has Paragon to unlock, and that will be a nice one to unlock. And babe Matthew, thank you for popping in as well. I will enjoy Guild Wars 2. Just so that so I can get access to this waypoint. Leave squad, and then what I'll do here... I want hero points. Farrakhan, welcome in. It's great to see you. Let's go download marker packs, I think. Hero. No, I want to type here. And can I get out of that? Here we go. Okay. Vision turned to, yeah, let's download this one. Cool, that one's now there. We'll let that load. Good to at least get a few extra hero points while we wait. What are the dailies today? Let's go remove the Path of Fire one. Cool, there we go. Daily raid bounties. Can Doom, Kiting, Overlook, and keep Construct. Okay. So I might end up playing DPS. It does give me the option for kiting Doom later on, which would be good. And we'll skip that. Let's keep following the path, and we'll go grab some hero points whilst we wait. It's been about 13 minutes or so. We will form on up. Getting a Doom done today. Interesting. Doom is definitely one of the spicier ones. Let's skip that. I fished another piece of medium legendary armor. Amazing, congratulations. What set of armor were you working on again? Either way, it's amazing. And how much more do you have left? Okay, let's see if this one actually gives us the tips. Obsidian, nice, that's solid. Hang on, so I have to go bam. So 3, 2. Okay, so 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 3, 1. There we go. Sparse, welcome in, mate. Great to see you. First Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough done. Congratulations. How did you find it? What are your thoughts and reflections after having finished it once? We got 2 pieces left. Colin? Nice. Very good. And PK, great to see you as well. How have you been? Aims to liberate all the bluff in the bodies. Overall, very positive. Glad to hear that. Well, why is that so high? Okay. I'm really glad you enjoyed it. Oh, can we get out of there? Nope. Do recommend, though Act 3 of 3 was a bit too long for your taste, can become a bit of a slog if you want to do it all. Ah, okay. That's good to keep in mind, I guess. Here we go. Heroic challenge. Yep, just eat. Just control right click that. Arnold, welcome in. I'm going well. How about yourself? Excited about Friday's announcement? I'm very excited to see what they have in store this Friday. Curious to see what everyone else thinks it might be. I did see the new teaser, yeah. My personal theory, I feel like it relates to the next Guild Wars 2 expansion, and I feel as though we may be going back to a restored ore, because I know maybe light spoilers for the core Guild Wars 2 story, but basically through various events, you cleanse ore, or Traherne cleanses ore, but we don't really get to see many outcomes of that. All very much looks the same, so I could sort of see the new expansion, maybe there'd been a little bit of a time gap and seen a bit of a revamp of the ore maps and having them effectively be cleansed. As at least my theory is what I expect it to be. But who knows if it is a new game. What's everyone else think it is? You think it's ore? Yeah, I think it's pretty safe to say it's at least related to ore, because yeah, we've got the bonus effect, and also like those big arches, they are only ever seen in ore. A surprise you've decided to actively not think? I think that's fair. Honestly, going through and just seeing what you have in store and making the best of it, I think is a good way to do it. First Times War, because of how much they're hyping up Summer Game Fest, you believe new game. So I could see that as well. It's a bit tricky though, because yeah, ArenaNet has not done necessarily a great job with marketing Guild Wars 2 at all over the lifespan of the game. It's been one of the most notorious meme-worthy criticisms of ArenaNet. So whenever there's any marketing, it's like, oh, what could this actually be? They're hoping it's Guild Wars 2.5 with a graphic overall. I would love like an engine or graphics update for Guild Wars 2. I think that would be amazing. But let's go just kill some of these. But yes, I don't expect that because of just how expensive that would be and how little return they would likely get. Chaos. More fire. More fire. There we go. 15, nice, we blasted that pretty quick. Have some more dinner. We have beef, bacon, and cheese party pies with a side salad. It's really quite nice. Flatbread and hummus over there. Awesome, that sounds great. Oh, for a game, look, I also have only done very light programming, mainly back in my uni days, but for a game the size of Guild Wars 2 and for an engine as old as it is, any rework of the system is basically a full rewrite. So it would effectively be remaking the entirety of Guild Wars 2. That would be incredibly expensive. But it's been a pretty good day here so far. Went to the dentist today and it actually went pretty well. It's been a little while since I've been to the dentist. I really do need to go every 6 months because I've had a fair amount of work done on my teeth. But it's probably been about a year and a half since I had gone. Plus I noticed there was like a big chip on one of my more extensive fillings. I was like, oh, that's not going to be good. But they just sealed it up and it was all fine. They just did a really good job. It was rather, well, cleaning wasn't particularly pleasant, but they did a good job. They themselves were very pleasant. The ferret has been paid for all. Yeah, they won't even touch the boon system, which they themselves said they dislike, and what has become with permanent boons and all. Yeah, with the fact that having full uptime of every boon is just the done thing in every group now. Yeah, if they don't want to touch that, a full redesign of like all core game systems, I would not expect that. And you see what happens, they'll introduce new skin to the game, and they'll somehow break an encounter in, core tier dungeons. As we are approaching just under 4,200 gold, which is nice. I think about 4,500 for our current legendary crafting goals. That won't be a problem though. It's a very quick path impact for this. Hevecto's gone back up. I guess that would make sense given they've nerfed the magic mirror farms, which are one of the biggest things keeping the price of Ectos down. Oh well, we've done that. Can we just go pop this? We can. Yeah, if I can get like all 15 of these done. Yep, go away login prompt. And Grover, welcome in. I'm going very, very well. How about you? Oh, we need now 10 for that, but we can do that after. Okay, so we'll see who wants to come for a race. I know PD has RSVP'd. Maybe Orca if they're available. Alright, let's create a squad. I did see Doom was included as well. I might even start out. Can I create squad? Oh, hang on, that's probably just bugged a bit. Let's just restart. Oh, we started the Griffin requirements yesterday. Very nice. There we go, just a simple restart. We'll fix that. I don't need Blue Shard at the moment either, so I'll restart without that. Just missing Vabby now. Nice, you've made awesome progress there. Okay, we'll see coming back up. There we go. Somehow it's gone to the wrong screen. There it goes. And yep, unofficial extras is broken. So for this one, yep. It's the one whose job exists to kite things. Took you the whole afternoon until 11 PM. That is a solid effort. Okay, when we started some vision achievements because it seemed easier than Stellar. It's definitely cheaper than Stellar. Stellar was quite an expensive legendary to go for, I think, from memory. Especially if you haven't done a lot of World versus World. Okay. Let's find PD. Let's see, what is this build? That looks like a kiting build. Yep, I have much toughness. Might need to lower that down. Yeah, meh, we'll figure it out. Okay. Let's get Doom done. We could just merge into this group and that would be fine. If anyone does want to join up for raids, you can join up on me there. We're doing raids on NA right now. But yeah, that might be a bit tricky for PD if we just merge into that. Alright. So. Daily raids. Just move the other phone out the way that we're using to play some Pokemons. Daily raids. I'm going to ask PD if he wants to merge into that. It's because that will be like way easier to form up and just get it done. I might just ask. And then slash D. Want to merge into the other daily raid group on the LFG. I'll just put a question mark there. Because yeah, both of those will take some time to fill. Much easier if we could just merge. Robert, welcome in. Great to see you. Hope you're having a good day. See what PD's doing. Manton, welcome in. Do you think the teaser is about Guild Wars 3? I personally think it's about the next Guild Wars 2 expansion. My guess is that we might be going towards a sort of cleansed ore to make use of some of the former, like, Guild Wars 2 core story. But I could be wrong. Okay, so there we go. Daily raids. This might just take a moment. Okay, I'm going to have to type out something. Doom. Can. KCN. Is it KO? Yep. G1. G3 tank. Boon heal. Boon DPS. Wooden Potatoes is convinced that standalone World vs. World PvP game based on the Guild Wars franchise, that could be really interesting. Would be quite good to see like a dedicated competitive game, because they did try and do that with Guild Wars 2. Back in the day, they did try to originally have its focus be on PvP, but that definitely did not pan out. So it could make sense having it be sort of a standalone thing. Yeah, can they G3 tank? That would be good. Perfect. There we go. Marines are done then. Okay. So, Old Dirty Hag will be A heal. Sniper will be G1 DPS, so they can be utility. Okay, so advertise. Yeah, we'll just say Boon heal, Boon DPS. So I will drag myself here, and I can give myself Kiter. Ghost runs on A heal, perfect. A heal. Good, okay, that's filling pretty quick now. Let's get rid of everything here. Q DPS. Patrick is Q DPS, perfect. Cool. I'm on 1864 for kiting. It's great to see you, Naze. But yeah, the term raise your banners from the teaser, TYI, that's starting to feel now, so now it's just pure DPS. All in sub 1 DPS. Let's get Doom done. Okay. That is in. All the chains. Well, we can just pour straight to Doom now. Okay. Let's go place many markers now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright, so I'm going to have to actually do this without timers. I turned off Blish HUD. I don't want to restart my game. No, if it's a problem, I'll fix it. Do I not pop down heal food? There we go. I really don't like doing this without timers. Oh well. Most I'll have to do circle, and do star, and do triangle, and then square. And if I have, not triangle, circle, star, arrow, square. If I have to do triangle, it means something has gone terribly, terribly wrong. I can't drag people. Oh well, this actually means I can actually just restart it and go in with Blishad. Something I have found a little bit on Linux, sometimes the squad UI can have a bit of a tendency to bug out a bit. Never figured out why. There we go. Yes, I know, unofficial extras. Oh, that's probably what's balked it. Yeah, the fact that unofficial extras isn't working is probably breaking squad rolls. Oh well. Now, Blishad, manage modules, module repo, timers. Can I please type timers?
Bring that one down.
And timers. Okay, let's go do disable all. And let's turn on green 2. There we go. Let's drag that. Control, drag that, pop that there. Ready check. There we go. /D, no CM. Okay, cool. I have timers and they probably work. Yes, we will not do CM. Let's not worry about that today. I'll also actually equip. We earned it. We are going to equip Embodiment of Sin. Just waiting on PD. Okay, get the messenger there. I think someone else grabbed that. Okay, that placement for the timers is actually like super annoying. Why did no one res? Yeah, can I? Success.
Ready for more.
Oh, I keep forgetting I have to do this green. I will grab little orb, big orb, messenger orb, other orb, other orb. Back in business. Come here, you go there, you go there. Cool. I can heal those when it's convenient for me. I'm just going to pop that there. Someone just walked right on one of those. That's unfortunate for them. Up we go. Okay, I'm going to grab this one and that. Then I'm going to sit in there with everything else. Oh. The healers lost their soul. Yep, they will probably die. Yep. What's everyone dying of here? Okay, beeline clockwise, always. Always. We're down a healer now. Alright, don't need to really do too much else. Oh, hang on, got to deal with that. Oh! You get healed. Good. Didn't die there. I will deal with square in a bit. Get the ready check. Oh, back up. Disconcerting. Dealing with this one with bad Australian ping sucks. There we go. And
hold nothing back now. The fate of Tyria hangs in the balance.
Arc DPS still not working? It probably, no, actually no, it is still working. I just don't have it enabled right now, or at least the damage window.
I make a pretty good team.
Hold nothing back now. The fate of Tyria.
There we go.
The voice is silenced again.
Cool, we got
Paid a heavy
that one done.
They did as they were meant to. As you did.
And select new. Let's go down to can now.
Now leave me.
If I go, oh shit, T, and turn on that. There we go, that works. I will go get back on Spellbreaker, I think. How we sit in terms of food here? Alright, I'm gonna need some more. Then let's bring this up. 1. There we go. Let's get the ready spaghetti check going. Okay, we should get ample experience for this, which will be good. Wondering, should I get another bank tab expansion, actually? It's actually getting a little bit full. Granted, all of these will kind of go once we get full legendaries. These will gradually get turned into legendaries. A lot of this stuff here doesn't actually need to be here. All that there will go once I get around to processing it. Be nice to have it maxed out though.
What the?
There we go. Mm-hmm.
6 feet tall.
Your tab is so much messier working on first legendary armor. Oh, I can imagine it would be. We've got a projectile reflect in there.
I'm hit. Keep away from me. Having trouble moving.
Trust in the stabilities. Nice.
Quite a reward.
Okay, we'll wait till that window goes. There we go. And I can stop recording. Select new, so then it is keep construct. Let's see. Okay. One of the healers push orb.
Whatever it's doing.
Yes, let's get one of the healers to do it.
You're already dead. Enjoy my creation. It'll be the last you see.
Pull boss to arrow, then onto statue as it lights up on arrow side. Priority is pull boss to glowing statue. Let's check. Cool, that's on. I'll actually be able to record this if I'm not actually doing the mechanic.
Invigorating.
Oh, did I get the ready check? There we go. Yeah, tanking key construct is honestly pretty easy.
Accelerate.
Palmas, where are they? Oh, there we go. Just as I was about to.
Hours again. Another. You can't escape.
Big CC.
My farm.
And someone die there.
It's no matter. Repairs are trivial. My construct is unstoppable.
Okay, we've got at least one orb. That's right, one should work. There we go. We got it.
Stay strong.
Straight to wall when statue lights up. Everyone. That one actually does warrant me using caps. Soren, what's up? Great to see you. At least trinkets are all done. That's great. You're smashing it. There we go.
matter.
Yeah, it's going to be real interesting to see what they're going to announce on Friday. I'm super keen for it. What do you expect it's going to be? There we go. We are white. Let's try and grab as many orbs as possible. Doesn't really matter if a lot get through, you just kind of deal with it.
My front strut is unstoppable.
So pre-stack all my signets. Okay, that kind of works. I might just spread. Nope, fixated. Oh, you fucked it. Oh. Fixated. Always stay in. Yeah, then now we have to go kill a third. Okay. There we go. No, I actually agree. If it is a new game, I do hope it isn't an MMO. I mentioned this before several times on stream, but releasing a new MMO is a very hard thing to do nowadays because every MMO that exists is competing against every other MMO that currently exists, including ArenaNet's own. So that's an incredibly difficult thing to do. So I think it would be safer if it was a game that could exist alongside Guild Wars 2. Not necessarily one that competes with it, one that complements it. There we go, got it. Yeah, nothing that went wrong there was Tank's fault, so that's good. Everything that was a bit scuffed, that was mostly when people didn't stay in when they were fixated. For there, if you were fixated, stay under the boss. You need to kill the spirits underneath the boss, or the boss's like last known location, particularly when he jumps up in the air. If you run out and the spirit follows you and the spirit dies off, then people have to then pull another spirit onto the boss. So it basically means you have to do many more mechanics. And that's when things start destabilizing. Particularly when you get the mechanic that means you have to run around and kill all the mobs of the same color. Quite often, because people normally don't deal with that. You never have to deal with it if the spirits are pulled onto the boss correctly. You just ignore that mechanic. But if you miss one of the spirits, if someone pulls the spirit to the wrong spot, then you have to deal with that. And then there's a good chance the group just wipes because no one deals with the mechanic. Australia doesn't know, and who knows? I personally think it might be the next Guild Wars 2 expansion, but I'm keen to see what it is. Yes, there's no Steam Shrieker amalgam, unfortunately. It's a card game, I mean, who knows? That would be quite funny. Not making me. See, I love being an engineer, so I worry about playing. Thank you so much, Ed. I really appreciate it. Would I be sad if it was Guild Wars 3? If it was Guild Wars 3 in the sense that was like an MMO that directly competes against Guild Wars 2, like, one, I'd be excited because, you know, playing a new MMO by Arena, I would be happy with. I'd be incredibly nervous about it, though. Because if it was an MMO, I feel as though it would simply cannibalize Guild Wars 2's existing audience. And because it's a new MMO, it's not going to have the content backlog that every other MMO has, so it becomes really hard to compete against it. Do you jump from Guild Wars 1 to 2? No, I never played Guild Wars 1 back in the day, I jumped straight into Guild Wars 2. But from what I understand about the history of it, is as soon as they announced Guild Wars 2, because Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2 are indeed very different games, but they are, well, Guild Wars 1 is MMO-esque. And that one saw a huge decline in like population player base when Guild Wars 2 was announced. Can I... Yeah, I can full counter that. That's fun. I'll even just like stop recording, we'll just like vibe out here. Yeah, I feel like people very much are expecting a Guild Wars 3 announcement. I think we're also in a bit of an interesting spot, because I have sort of noticed that ArenaNet seem to want to at least try and be doing better marketing. At least that's sort of the vibe I'm getting. Historically, Guild Wars 2's marketing has not been good. So I don't feel as though I think if they put a marketing, it must imply something, whereas it could also be that are actually proper marketing for their existing. Oh, I can full counter that too. Oh, that's great. Oh, has my audio been weird? Hang on, I'll fix that. Raid Quickplay has been out for a while now. The dust has settled and now is as good a time as any to pick out some of the best builds you can bring to make sure you are having the best time possible. If you want to stop your raids from ending up like this, grab one of these builds and nothing can possibly go wrong. There we go, that should be good. Just required a restart of OBS, I presume. Thanks for pointing me out on that. Okay, I'll keep that in mind, because yeah, that thing only happens on Linux. So it's good that I'm starting to narrow that down, that's good to know. Did Chris Josh audio back? Good, I'm glad. It's easy that it's just an OBS restart that does that. Like, no matter what's announced, I'm going to be excited for it nonetheless. But yeah, I do feel like if it is an MMO, that is a very risky proposition. Whereas if it's a game that could exist alongside Guild Wars 2, a much safer proposition. Especially because they have, especially with the release of Guild Wars Reforged, they have demonstrated much more of a... Oh, thank you! We have butterscotch ice cream with warmed strawberry rounds. Nice pastries. Thank you, Jess. With Guild Wars Reforged being released, they have demonstrated much more of a willingness to keep, you know, the existing games running, which I think is a good thing. When you have multiple games that can be running concurrently at the same time. It gives you a much better, monetization base, much better, more stable source of income. Ouch. Need to actually remember how to deal with that mechanic. I did see a suggestion earlier where someone suggested that it could be sort of a more PvP or world versus world focused game, not necessarily a PvE game, and that's a interesting take, I think, especially with the... What's the sniper there? Especially with the Raise Your Banners line being included on the, the teaser poster. That does sound like a very PvP coded phrase. Have you seen the Steam database entry? No, I haven't. Wish I can know what it is. Yeah, feel free to tell me what it is. Here's how they're in Diablo more situation. People expect Diablo 4 announcement instead of something no one asked for. Yeah, and that's the thing you have to be very cautious of. Let me take a look at that. Thanks, Fermi.
Enough! Enough! I can see it.
Okay. I think that's all of them. Hang on, let me actually type here.
Now this is a find.
A few minutes break, and then we'll do IBS 5. Okay, let's just take a look at our stuff here. Got a back piece I can salvage, which is good. Do I have that one? Oh, I do. I don't know if it's a card game with Guild Wars 3 like Gwent 3. Gwent was good, though. But awesome. I'm going to go take a quick break, stretch my legs, see everyone in a few minutes. Sit tight. I've been playing Guild Wars 2 for 11 years, and a question I get asked all the time is, how do I make more gold? Don't worry, friends. I've got you. Guild Wars 2 actually has an incredibly stable, well thought out economy. It just takes a little bit of knowledge to know how to take advantage of it to its fullest. Welcome back, everyone. It's a very common problem in Guild Wars 2 for new players to struggle to make gold. This is because Guild Wars 2 functions a little differently than other MMOs when it comes to gold making. Other, lesser games will simply flood your account with gold whenever you complete content, whereas Guild Wars 2 functions very, very differently. But worry not, my friends. If you've been playing Guild Wars 2 for a little while, you are probably richer than you even realize. There is a very real chance that you are sitting on a veritable fortune and not even realizing it. So today we are going to delve into one of the key stores of wealth in Guild Wars 2, your material storage. First up, we'll touch on why the material storage is important. Rather than flooding your account with liquid gold every time you complete an event, Guild Wars 2 will typically reward you with materials, items, and currencies. This adds a few more steps to convert these into raw gold, but trust me, it is a good thing that this is the case. As has happened in many other MMOs in history, simply handing out liquid gold to players often results in hyperinflation. Now, hyperinflation is a catastrophic thing that can happen in any MMO economy. When inflation takes place, your gold becomes worth less and less, and your purchasing power, or the number of things that you can buy with your gold, becomes lower. Effectively, this makes the regular player poorer than when they started. An item that starts out at 50 silver becomes worth 5 gold the next week and 50 gold the next. And before you know it, you are having to start printing trillion-dollar bills in order to make sense of it all. Eventually, gold becomes effectively worthless and the entire game's economy stops functioning. This makes the game less approachable to new players and means returning players come back to all their hard-earned gold being effectively worthless. There's even a notorious example of this with the game Gaia Online. Here, the developers introduced gold generators, items that will create gold for you automatically each day as a means to very quickly increase revenue. The value of gold decreased, with items that were previously worth thousands of gold now costing billions. Old players simply saw their entire savings. And we're back. Welcome back, Amanda. Which boons does Spellbreaker provide? None. Literally none. Not a single boon. Maybe to itself. It's purely here as DPS. Let's go... select new. Let's go into Bone Skinner. So I think I just need a Q DPS. And then DPS after that. Okay, G. Let's see. No, that's the wrong one. Let's do IPS 5 raids. IPS 5. Q DPS. Let's move that. DPS. State roll. Cool. That looks good. I started feeling right quick. Whoop. Okay, Krista is Q DPS. They will go there. Now it's just DPS, I believe. That butterscotch ice cream was amazing. Cool, we are now full.
Good hunting.
Let's go consume that. Oh, this will be a fun one for Spellbreaker. A revamped Guild Wars 2 makes no sense? Yeah, I think a fully revamped Guild Wars 2 does not make much sense at all. But financially, that would be a very expensive thing to do for not a huge amount of return. Yeah, killing your cash cow MMO makes even less sense. Yeah, that's why I'm doubtful that if it is a new game that it is an MMO. Because, yeah, releasing a new MMO kills your existing one. People don't have time. The normal person doesn't have time for multiple MMOs. It's all Gaia Delve, it's all Tunnel. I've still literally never played the Tunnel. So whenever people complain about the Tunnel, I have no idea what anyone's talking about. And also the problem with releasing a new MMO is that you do not have years and years worth of content built up. So you see what happens with Guild Wars 2 when that originally launched. People finish the stuff after a few weeks, and you get a huge drop-off. That one really stung. Let's just revive everyone. Oop. Do we not have a heal lack? Yeah. Okay, no, we've got a lack. Oh yeah, Ark's been like working, I presume basically all day. I mean, I woke up like quite a few hours after the patch dropped anyway, so my experience isn't necessarily the most representative.
This is fine.
Yeah, MMO genre right now isn't a good space. Yeah, releasing a new MMO now is incredibly difficult to do. Hang on, where am I going? Oh, let's go Whisper. Yeah, I update Arc via Nexus. Because MMOs require an incredibly dedicated audience with huge amounts of time on their hand, which that's becoming less and less common, just given the overall landscape of the gaming space now. Is your radial menu working for mounts? Yours just doesn't work? I don't know if that works, because I just use my number pad nowadays for all my mounts. Try and actually do the rotation correctly. Love full counter. It's like, oh no, a one-shot mechanic? Lol jokes. Yeah, PK, I agree. It's those two things there are the big reasons why if it is a new game, I do not think is an MMO. Because one, competes directly against its predecessor, which also, let alone games like WoW, FF14, ESO, all of your other MMOs out there, have been in development and updated for decades. And the thing that MMOs do better than any other game, it's one, the big social aspect, but two, it's the sheer amount of content. It's not necessarily the quality of the content, it is the amount of the content. An MMO that has, you know, amazing content, but it's over and done with within like 50 hours, that game is going to die incredibly quickly, because MMOs require keeping people invested for incredibly long durations of time. And yeah, I think ArenaNet would be one that could actually do it, but I think it's a very risky maneuver. And let's go Freynier now.
Exhilarating.
Miss Bigris, what do you think it is? I personally think it is a teaser for the new expansion. And my theory, of which it is just entirely a theory and could very well be wrong, is that the new expansion would take us to a healed ore, because in the core Guild Wars 2 story, Traherne went to a great deal of trouble cleansing ore, but we never got to see the real results of that. So what we're looking at kind of looks like to me like a restored or somewhat like healed ore. But why would they hype it up like this for an X-Pack? I mean, honestly, this level of marketing is kind of like the minimum I would expect from any other game company. Because yeah, it could well be a new game. It could also be that ArenaNet has decided to finally start marketing their existing game. What if Locke snapped his fingers like Thanos? I mean, we're not done with Visions of Eternity yet. And I get why people would be disappointed, because yeah, people I think do really want it to be a new game, but it's a bit of a weird situation, because if it is an X-Pack, which I kind of think it is, then yeah, if people are disappointed in the fact that they just did the normal level of marketing that I'd expect for any game, like even look at what The Witcher 3, didn't they just announce like recently they're doing like a new DLC for that, and that honestly received more marketing just for a random new DLC than what we've got for whatever, you know, this may be right now. Like, this feels big for Guild Wars 2, but that isn't a huge bar.
This is fine.
And select you. And while they hire Unreal Engine 5 devs for a new expansion, oh, I think they're definitely like working on something else. My main contention will be, I don't think this is a Guild Wars 3. I'd be excited if it was, but I'd also be quite terrified. Do I think Guild Wars 3 announcement on June 5th? My personal bet is for new expansion. But I could be wrong. Why terrified? Mostly because releasing a new MMO is very, very difficult to do. The main points are because MMOs, any MMO that is released is competing against every other MMO that has literally decades worth of content under its belt, which is the main thing that separates MMOs from other games, and a new MMO by Readnet would directly compete against Guild Wars 2, its own MMO. I think the safest bet for them, that I think has the best like long-term potential, which Arena does things long-term, like Guild Wars 2 has been out for, what are we at, like 14 years now almost? Guild Wars 1 even longer, still to this day getting updates, although that is a recent thing. I think the best thing for them going forward would be whatever new game they are working on is a game that exists alongside Guild Wars 2, that complements it, that doesn't directly compete against it in the way that a new MMO would. Then you could have Guild Wars Reforged, you could have Guild Wars 2, and whatever unannounced Guild Wars project they have running concurrently, all generating money, and we're all one big happy Guild Wars family. That is what I would personally like to see. And PK, you'd personally rather have more Guild Wars 2 instead of Guild Wars 3, but from your point of view, you remember the transition from 1 to 2, you remember core Guild Wars 2, and nothing Arena can do will prevent history repeating itself. 1, because game dev takes time, and 2, players will say it's not enough, because that happened in the past with every other MMO. Yep, the exact same thing happened with Guild Wars 2 on launch. I was there. Like, I didn't come from Guild Wars 1, but I came into Guild Wars 2 basically at launch, like 3 weeks after launch, and yep, I remember the conversation saying, oh, where's the content, where is it? And it's like, granted, there's literally hundreds of hours of content there, but MMO players don't want hundreds of hours worth of content. They want thousands. They want tens of thousands. Yeah, people play through in like a week and be like, where content? Mm-hmm.
Give me that.
And at that point, you've already divested people from their existing MMO. Granted, like, people will still play Guild Wars 2. I'm not disputing that. But it might be the case of you rip like 80% of people away from Guild Wars 2 and 20% remain. We'll pull out the old 80-20 principle.
Accelerating.
This storm isn't normal. Blocking us from following Vanguard? Makes you wonder if it's intentional and who's pulling the strings.
Watch yourself out there, Commander.
Oh, we're blitzing through like raids today. That's good. And Soren, you think every MMO is like you can change your mind? I mean, at their core, they are sort of inherently very similar. You might get some, obviously there are differences between MMOs, but like at their core, they all function quite similarly. Like they are all within the same genre of games, and the audience of them do tend to want similar things. And I think MMOs, typically they function as a bit of a comfort show. You know, everyone's got that TV show that they can return to over and over again, and they'll watch that when they're sick or when they're in between shows. You know, they're in the existential crisis after their, new favourite show is finished, they'll go back, watch their comfort show. I think that's kind of the space that MMO games occupy. So yes, MMOs are different, but I think they occupy a similar need. And player bases want a somewhat similar thing. which I think for MMO players is more content. And there will be MMOs that people gravitate to more than others. Like I personally gravitate towards Guild Wars 2 very much because it doesn't have a sub fee. I made an entire video on why I play Guild Wars 2, while I'll probably continue to do so. It's got no sub fee, it's got an amazing combat system, it feels good to play. The art style I think has held up incredibly well over the years. Mounts are amazing.
I'll send more scouts.
Horizontal progression system, if I didn't mention that already. Whereas you'll have other games that have sub fees, that have more of a focus on like endgame PvE, some that might have more of a focus on PvP, but they're in the same genre. They occupy like similar spaces. Like that would be really funny. Okay, let's see. What shall we do next? A completely different combat, different gearing, different compositions. Guild Wars 2 doesn't have classic Holy Trinity. Yeah, like in those ways, it is very different. Yeah, Guild Wars 2 optimization. I mean, I'd personally actually be hyped for that. I think it would be a terrible business decision. I'd personally like it. Okay, let's see. Let's do a raid wing. Let's do wing 1. Let's go leave. A legendary armory is a big selling point for you. Yeah, legendary armory is like a fantastic thing for Guild Wars 2. Yeah, I've never tried FF14 either. Does FF14 have a sub fee? That's a question I should know the answer to. Ah, that alone is like a huge... That's a huge thing that differentiates Guild Wars 2 from basically every other MMO out there. And paid expansions. I feel like you get to do one or the other. I feel like you don't get to do both. And a microtransaction. Oh yeah, so everything. Yeah, that's it, Karma. You can jump to a particular raid boss. They've made it so you can just select whichever boss you want to do. A wing 1, full clear. What do we have? I'll just check. Any boon players left? Like, as far as I've heard, like, people really enjoy FF14. It's just, yeah, the sub fee is one of the big differentiating factors for me personally, why I wouldn't necessarily pick up a new MMO. Nycroft, welcome in. What's A heal sub 3? Okay, so wing 1 full clear. A heal, Q DPS, DPS, state roll. Are there servers, if you're from Australia, what servers you playing? I bounce around between servers. NA will typically get me better ping. EU's usually a better time zone. But ping for them is broadly similar. I spend most of my time on EU. Great, now I have to save that for our eventual Wing 8 CM progression. Ugly better than Guild Wars 2 free to play, okay. Interesting. Would you be interested in playing for Wing 8 CMs? As in, are you doing Wing 8 CMs now, or are you asking me to pay for Wing 8 CMs? Got a heal. Move. So I need Q DPS. Do you feel the ping wears on certain, or do you feel the ping wars on certain classes need to spam more buttons? Guild Wars 2 handles high ping very, very well, actually. There's not many builds where it really impacts me that much, to the point where it can't be overcome with a bit of practice. Like, for example, I play Revenant, and one of the specs, Renegade, is actually reasonably well impacted by ping, and even with that, back in the day, I got to within 2% of the DPS benchmark after. It was quite a lot of practice, about 12 hours of practice, but still. The only classes that kind of jump out to me as ones that are a bit rough with ping will be, like, Berserker is probably the one that really I sort of feel that in my bones, but that's one I also don't play a lot of. Oh, what should you be interested in playing? Oh, as in build, roll, Firebrand. Probably, I think anything that's... Oh, I was going to say, even a heal. I could kind of do anything, but... I haven't played Firebrand in quite some time, and I do enjoy it, so that could be quite fun. What classes are kind of... You've done a bunch of Wing HCMs. What kind of ones are in demand? Like, what's the... You know, Cerus, it's got its preferred ones. What are the preferred ones for Wing 8? You have to play Berserker Firebrand, your ping is 200 plus. I mean, it still works. Like, I play a bunch of Firebrand. Have you played Hammer Catalyst? Played a bit of Hammer Elementalist. Haven't played a lot of Catalyst. What's my opinion on new expansion, on new announcement incoming? I feel as though it is more likely a Guild Wars 2 expansion. You do notice it's sluggish. Yeah, you do sort of feel it. But, like, it works. Yeah, it's all just a meme, a DLSS meme. For Boon Heals purple all the way, either Chrono or Bard. Greer favours Bard because Bard elite triple green stacking, or 2 can be other, though LCM is Bards. Yeah, I'm kind of feeling like maybe going for maybe a healer or a boon DPS, I think. Something a bit different. Boon DPS, any LCM Spectre. I do like some heals, not Heal Spectre, some Spectre in general. Especially because you can run a bajillion HP. I enjoy the action combat system of Guild Wars 2 a lot. Yeah, I completely agree, Cohen. Yeah, the combat system of Guild Wars 2 is one of the main reasons I love it. It just feels good for me to play. But too soon after VOE, you're not expecting that? Well, they have been releasing expansions every single year, so actually, where they're at now for having not had an expansion announcement, they're actually behind where they have been previously. You try and sweat Zerk rotation, can't get over 30k DPS, but honestly thinking it ain't that bad. I think if you're high 20s, like, you're pretty solid, because everything did kind of get bopped down in terms of DPS recently. But yeah, make sure you've got like food, utility, all boons on yourself, all conditions on the golem. DPS any twin strat though. Greer is all power or all condi. Or killing or ignoring Titan spawns. I might like... some Alax Spectre might be good. I can be totally flexible. I'm kind of happy to play sort of anything. I'll just learn it. The one that's kind of standing out to me now would probably be either like heal Bard to learn it, or or boon Spectre because I enjoy it. I have also made an entire video all about getting good at Guild Wars 2, which you might find very helpful. Which will cover a lot of things like setting up the golem and exactly how to overall improve your DPS. Greer can run Bubble Rev, which you've seen heal with India's third heal. Okay. Q DPS, perfect.
Up for a challenge?
And Ella, thank you for the follow. Oh, it's really kind of you to say. I'm glad you enjoy our guides. No expansions a year, but few VOE was released less than a year ago, but not sure. It was released October. Expansions are typically, historically have come out around August. So we are, like June, July, August, we're very close to where an expansion would typically come out. Of course, showing one of your puck rays the other day. Oh, nice. I hope you had a good time. Yeah, VOE did get a bit of a delay. Yeah, it's good that it had a bit of a delay because, yeah, then it meant they could actually go through and finish it and polish it correctly. I think it's a good thing if, especially for an expansion launch, if it has that bit of a delay if it's needed. We'll have to get back into Wing 8 CMs a bit more before we can give proper input. At the moment, Orbis is more experienced as he started Wing 8 valuable practice. Ooh, nice. Yeah, it's pretty fun. You're pretty new though, so can't say performed amazing. That's all good, like as long as you had a good time. And just like getting your feet wet in raids. As a new player, just so you can get those first clears under your belt, I find that's like the best thing you can do. It eliminates a lot of the intimidation and mystique from raids, because then it's like, oh no, I've got the clear. I've seen what's happened, I've seen what's needed. Then you can improve from there. Rather than it being a big intimidating thing of, you know, I couldn't possibly ever get into raids. But yeah, I think if once we all sort of reconvene after our little break after getting Embodiment of Sin, if we smash out, I think Keller CM is just a nice, we're going to do, I know, moderately difficult CM, but we should be able to probably get it within a few sessions, I think. I haven't actually watched that much Keller CM, but that seems fairly doable. And then before we transition to something bigger like Wing 8 could be a good palate cleanser, because yeah, spending like 5 months doing Embodiment of Sin, let alone all the time we had doing Cerus CM before that, it's a lot. And J is cute EPS. Perfect. Bum, 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 bum. Spirit Veil. Oh, regarding Kelly, you've not kited in that fight once, neither nor Mode or CM. I mean, I can kite that. That's literally the only way I've ever killed Keller is by kiting. I've never once cleared it by doing normal DPS. So I can do it. It's one of those things I don't particularly like doing, but I can do it. And yeah, once you've like seen raids a few times, then they become much less intimidating.
They took a squad hostage and brought them deeper into the woods.
You sort of get a feel for what the general strategies are, and then you can sort of just slip into any group from there, because people aren't actually expecting a huge amount of performance. Start clearing. People aren't expecting a huge amount of performance from most people. You have to be performing quite badly before it reaches a point where people might start asking questions, because at the end of the day, people just want clears. And more often, if someone's, I don't know, slightly underperforming, you know, a DPS player is sitting below the boon DPS for, you know, overall DPS numbers, it's usually not worth kicking up much of a fuss about, because the time it's going to take you resolving that, replacing someone, getting someone back in, you've wasted all the time you would have saved. On CM, you've been locked on Quick Firebrand by planning Teapot since day one. Okay, yeah, I imagine you're going to need like Giga stability for Keller CM. Yeah, don't let yourself be discouraged by dying. Feeding will continue until it stops at some point. Yep. And it never truly stops. It's always sort of there. Even on our most recent Embodiment of Sin Cerus CM clear, I was one of the 5 dead at the end. The dying in raids never stops. It just gets less frequent. On Quick Heal Herald, how much do you heal passively, not spamming buttons? Quite a lot. Conduit is a better overall quick healer than Herald. It just has much better access to, I think, much more burst healing, as well as much better stability access. But Herald is an incredibly good, very passive healer. It's a good I don't want to pay much attention while doing a sufficient amount of healing build. It's very durable, very easy to play. Quick Fire Break is an elite mantra. It's a group stun break. Oh yeah. Aegis Stab Distort is useless against the procs. Okay, so it's just you have to stun break. And DPS gets better and better as you understand the boss phase and you understand what kind of specs are better for certain bosses. Absolutely. Yeah, there's two parts of doing good DPS. There's doing good DPS on the golem, so you literally just know what your class's rotation is, and then there's understanding the actual fights to know when is like the best time to lay down your burst, when is the boss going to phase, when should you use your high cooldown skills, what do you need to do to adapt your rotation from what you've practiced on the golem to what you've actually seen on an encounter. Also, Ferrari's no mechanics in fight find more important than losing damage. Yeah, especially when there's... And thank you so much, Ella, for the sub. I really appreciate that. Really, really kind of you. Yeah, just knowing how to clear certain mechanics that would otherwise wipe the raid is better than doing good damage. Very few fights have a timer. Oh yeah, there's as far as regular raids in Guild Wars 2, there's basically none that are a DPS check. Hey Hypnos, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you for kicking off a hype train. Okay, I can't full counter that. There we go, learning something new. If a sparse your first raid around April 2023, you're doing damages comparable to healers. You get better over time if you're willing to invest time and resource to improve. Case in point, we killed EOS just recently. Yeah, we killed like probably... Would you say it's the hardest or second hardest encounter in Guild Wars 2? Cerus Embodiment of Sin. It's in like the top 3 at least. And Sparse was like leading and commanding that as well. Like if you approach... It's not just Guild Wars 2, but if you approach anything, especially raiding in MMOs, if you approach it with an understanding that, you know what, I might not know it a lot at the start, but I can learn, and I'm going to do what I can to learn at whatever pace is comfortable for you, you will do fine. Cassia, thank you for the follow. Yes. Yes, please. It used to be a DPS check in normal mode for pugs. Oh, yeah. Cassidora, thank you so much for the sub. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you. Time to Embodiment of Sin LCM turned on? No, nope, I'm drawing the line. We're not doing that. I'm going to need some heavy convincing to do that. We've got the title, I don't need to flex anymore, I can go to the gym and get more buff if I need to flex, I don't need to do LCM Embodiment of Sin. Ah, why am I melee and bosses moving? Ah. Hey, thank you so much for the gift as well, Cohen, I appreciate that. Oh no, I got ported. Ouch. This is going. This is going. I saw a spectral grasp just fly out the group. And I'm like, oh, all right, in about 1 second, the reds are coming in. And Boxy, welcome in. At the moment, I'm measuring damage per second. You can set it to measure, like, overall damage as well. Sufferance, great to see you. Josh, need a specific title just for that, please. I'm going to have to cash in my ArenaNet partner privileges just for that. And, like, honestly, if you're around the Boon DPS, as, like, a new DPS player, that's still pretty solid, especially because a lot of Boon DPS players, people who tend to play Boon DPS usually are a bit more on the experience side, and you can still pump pretty hard on a Boon DPS build. Yes, look at Sin. She got her time. I know. Actually, no. We need a Herald of Josh title. That lines up with the stream lore. Yes, I will accept not having Embodiment of Josh. In exchange, I will get Herald of Josh. See, aren't I reasonable? Oh, your boon DPS build is Rit? Rit's like really, really solid. Whee! I've got super I've got zoomies around. Your title, ConnorConCarne, Orbis title, our Orbis, Discord title, the Italian. Federal title, heart. That's right, even though things are a little bit dicey right now, because, yeah, the boss is moving around more than it probably should, it's fine. It also, I'm literally just going off vibes on the rotation. I'm doing this at like half the speed it would normally be at. I'll catch you later, Ella. Have a great sleep. I should prop stand in that. Oh! I Dagger 2 leapt in from one blue circle to another. It's phenomenal. Yeah, vibes are what matters. Yeah, the vibes are on point right now for this run.
They came through here and never made it back to camp.
Catch you later, Boxy. Enjoy your trip to the store. Whee!
Incorrect. We did nothing. Who were they?
Oh, I forgot. I've got... Hang on. Where's my jump dodge button? Oh, no. Jump dodge only works on Windows when I can actually bind macros to my mouse. Okay, I don't have a jump dodge button bound right now. Ah! Can I welcome in? Big leap. Thought macros were forbidden by Arena. On the whole, most are, but there are a few exceptions. Jump dodge being one of them. They have a page specifically on macros that say you can use it for things like an auto clicker. Basically, any macro must be like one button press per one action in game. And jump dodge is one that they allow. But if you were to make a macro to do like your, or even part of your DPS rotation, that would not be okay. Afaro, great to see you, mate. How you been? But yeah, jump dodge is fine. It's been a good day here so far. Went to the dentist for the first time in about 1.5 years today. Actually went pretty well. Only had like one filling that needed to be done and a chip on an existing filling to be repaired. So it was, overall, it was a pretty good experience. Cleaning sucked and was uncomfortable, but overall, considering past experience I've had with the dentist, this was a pretty good one. Oh, I just straight up kicked my kicked my desktop. I'm trying to use my Dagger 2 for mobility, but I'm always targeted something. But it was good because, yeah, the chip on the filling was on one of my my 4 molars on my lower jaw on both sides. They are basically half ceramic, each of them. Had that done about 5 years ago, and like part of one of them chipped off a while ago. Just sort of noticed it recently, and I was like, oh no, that is not good. That is really not good. Because yeah, those were expensive to get done, but it was quite simple to repair. I was like, oh, thank God. Our dentist visits objectively the worst doctor appointments. Depends on the dentist. I think for a lot of dentists I've had, and yeah, the dentist I had today was really, really good. There, it's not so much bedside manner, but they did a very, very good job at putting me at ease. So that was actually, I'm like, this is actually like a pleasant experience. Oh, cool, we're done.
Now, these humans met a terrible end. They're confused, angry.
What is that?
But yeah, I was a bit nervous going in, mostly because I was like, oh, this is going to be like a huge deal to fix. Because you know what they basically did like years ago, because I did not take good care of my teeth as a kid growing up. I basically had all my old fillings removed and replaced with basically half the tooth is like a ceramic 3D printed filling, just plonked on top and cemented in place. It's one step short of a crown. And yeah, when I saw that, okay, so that's chipped off that, it's a bit of decay in there, that's not good. Hopefully it's not the entire thing has to be replaced, or else that's going to be not so much really painful, because I'll be numbed out the wazoo for it, but just
I have a
really
bad
expensive.
feeling about this.
So it wasn't that, so that was good. And even there, they did nice things like the join on those fillings that like, had gradually just gotten like worn down over the years, and that's got to basically be maintained to stop, you know, the fillings from coming off. They're just like, oh, we'll just like reseal those up, no extra charge. I'm like, oh, nice, thank you. So that was just really good. And yeah, they gave like some very high like fluoride toothpaste, the prescription grade stuff. Just gave that for free. Normally, like Jess and I, whenever we get that, we have to go to like the chemist and get it, and they're just like, oh no, here you go. I'm like, sweet. This is very nice. And also, even though I only needed like one new filling today, I always find what so many other dentists do, they make you feel bad. Like if you have any sort of like need for dental care at all, I always find they somewhat make you feel bad about it. Like, you have failed, you have not been brushing your teeth enough, you have been doing this wrong. Wasn't the case today. I'm like, oh yeah, it's cool, we'll just take care of that. I'm like, oh, nice. And Ver, thank you so much for hanging out, you take care. Oh, dentists like that the whole place is super high-tech, all procedures were as minimal as possible. That's great, and they do such a good job utilising it. Nice. It's a similar boat for the one I went to as well. They were like the first dentist that I ever saw that like 3D printed like fillings. Those big ceramic fillings, they like showed it to me being done. Oh, even just another nice little thing today. Previously, a dentist that Jess and I went to that we've since left, you know, they were just like, oh, we saw you needed a filling, we've just given you a filling, here you go. And we're like, oh, did that actually need to be done? You didn't ask us if we needed that. Like, we would have liked to have known that, because now we have to pay for it. Whereas this dentist was like, oh, hey, here's a fill-in. Oh, would you like us to take a picture of it for you? And they took a picture and they showed, like, oh, see, here it is. So this is what we're doing. Oh, someone else has got that cure. Else has done that one. But they're like, are you comfortable getting the fill-in done today? I'm like, yes, that's all good. And then they gave me a price for it right then and there. They said, okay, it will be this much. They're like, oh, because we're doing this today, we're just going to lop off a bit off that. I was like,
Was taken through here.
great.
Come on. The war. Gods, what is that? But going from like the place that we previously went to this one, I was like, oh, good. This is nice. So that's why, even though I went to the dentist, I chalk it up as being a good day. No stabilities. And big burst.
That's not a single creature. It's
We have stability, we do. Nice.
lots of spirits.
Set him up for the kill.
Power res them, cool. Do we have stability? Nice. This lets me know if I need to dodge. Boy, see, someone's got hope. Objectively the best legendary in the entire game. Love to see it. No stability, very sad. I didn't forget to run, like, Claw Relic, did I, again? And I'll check. I think I did. I've been running this all night. Not just that, the other day as well. Alright, there we go. Just throw an extra 7% damage on the table. I'm just like, wow, I'm having a very easy time surviving here. Oh wait, is Claw Relic proccing? The last thing Spellbreaker needs in raids is Zakharos Relic.
I haven't played for a while. Bought the new expansion. What's the most fun spec to play right now so you don't get bored with Reaper again? That's a very complicated question, and one that you can only really answer for yourself. One that I really enjoy and that I think is the most fun of the new specs is probably Gale Shot. Like, if you in any way enjoy the sort of archer fantasy of being a ranger, you will love Gale Shot. Outside that, I'd probably say Amalgam. But yeah, what playstyle you enjoy will have a massive impact on that question. Yeah, the only real answer to that is for you to try them all out and see which one is the most fun to you. You really enjoy Paragon? Paragon's great as well. I also really enjoy Power Conduit. 1-3. Except if you answer it, obviously your take is objective and true. Yes, how can you say something so true and yet so brave? Hey Dylan, thanks for the standing desk, mate.
Drop your weapons and release the prisoner.
Harbinger is very fun.
You came all this way for a few soldiers?
Anyone for 2-4? Can a
Only the worthy are
healer?
taken inside, like the squad leader. Your little journey ends here.
Over here! Hurry!
Cool, someone's got flak. Nice. Love it. Oh, it's not going to have a 2-4, I guess. Yeah, screw it. Out heal it. We don't get a 2-4. You can out heal the big bomb. Oop. That was scary. Oh, that's not good. Hello. Nope. Oh well. Doing a very good job at baiting those, aren't I? Big CC.
I can take you to it. I can lead you.
I'm gonna get that. Nope. Oh boy. Oh, that's a fun skill. I will deal with Circle next. Oh, dang. I should have been not there. I should have been there. Oh well. And it's sad that the Gale Shot bubble doesn't reflect. That would just be a really nice touch. We might even just die to platform damage at this point. Oh well, good exercise in healing. Disco Stew, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that, mate. Embodiment of the Bio POV. That would be a funny title. Will they win? They probably just have to burn. I think. The health bar is depleting quicker than the platform. Or, he says, as the platform just catches up. I think the platform will go. Literally, yep, there it goes. The thing is, we weren't trying to do no cannons. Blame me.
What do I pay you for? I'll deal with it.
What are your thoughts on a renet new teaser and hype back Guild Wars 3? I personally don't expect it to be a Guild Wars 3 announcement. I personally expect it to be an expansion announcement, but I could be wrong.
Prepare the cages.
Oh, we're just going. Oh, it's GG. Okay, let's cancel already. Check. Let's go again. They're having too much fun with Lego Batman. I love to hear that. That's awesome. Why am I still in... Oh, it's because of that.
What do I pay you for? I'll deal with them myself. Prepare the cages. We've got some visitors.
Are you Warrior? Yes, right now I'm Warrior. And even though this is more hype than what they have done for previous expansions, I feel like what they are doing now should just be the bare minimum for any expansion. Because yeah, if Arena could generate this level of hype around every expansion that came out every year, whew, then we're cooking with gas. lost in a world and reborn. That would be very funny. I remember you were trying Guild Wars 2 before. We ever pick it up again, or maybe sneak in a Vanquish or something on mobile? I will definitely pick up some Guild Wars 1 again. Just sort of tossing up the best time for me personally to do that. And I have tried it a little bit on mobile, but I'm sort of waiting until proper controller support gets added in before I really sort of dive into it more on mobile. But even just in like the next few weeks or so, I might sort of pick it up a bit in my off time. Nope, there we go. At that point, you just have to commit to not taking that cannon. Do you know what update we're getting this week? No, I know as much as everyone else. GG. Type. Oh, type/GG. That's exactly what someone that knows things would say. It is ironically what someone who knows things would say, but also, with 100% honesty, I actually know as much as everyone else does. I have seen the same teasers that everyone else has.
Useless. What do I pay you for? I'll deal with them myself.
But my personal guess, honestly, we can skip Cannon 2-4. Just do 1-3 and burn. Do you see a new God of War reveal? Oh, I think I literally saw like a screenshot of it on Reddit or something. I didn't know if it was real or not.
Over here! Hurry!
PD, can you invite me again? I did the thing. No patience, you evil. Jump straight to Guild Wars 6 announcement to compete with GTA 6. Yeah, and they release it on the exact same day. No, hang on, so we're just going to 9-man, and I think at this point...
Exhilarating!
All three at the same time. That would be the Giga Chad play. Although given ArenaNet's content delivery frequency, that would be an optimistic thing to say the best. It'd be hype as hell though. Yep. Where are we going? This way. I'm just gonna do all cannons. Eee. Gotta deal with cannons, guys. But yeah, and what MMOs thrive off? It is a visual display of dedication to your existing game. That signals to people that you are dedicated to keeping it going, because what people in MMOs want is longevity. So if they were to go to Summer Game Fest and announce a new expansion, that would signal that, hey, they are deadly serious about maintaining MMO, which that is a very good signal to send out to not just your existing MMO audience, but your prospective audience as well. Where are we going? I'm just gonna vibe and just try and do cannons. Oh, I'll deal with that on the way. Oh, many mechanics. Hang on, yes, toss me.
I'll stay strong.
Hang on. Oh, I got experience for using an emote. That's fun. But yeah, I think ArenaNet going to... Okay, let's try this. I think ArenaNet going to Summer Games Fest and announcing expansion to their MMO, that would be a fantastic thing for Guild Wars 2 marketing. I'm just gonna chill. Just send me up. Like at any point. You know what? Just send me anywhere. Just send me up here. It doesn't matter now. Might actually be the single most cursed Sabbath we've ever done. Yeah, we're going in the LFG.
Useless. What do I pay you for? I'll deal with them myself.
Oh, that would be the most spectacular marketing clusterfuck I could ever imagine. But I'm very excited to see what they are announcing this Friday. No matter what it is, I'm going to be excited for it. TY. Oh, did I only put... Yeah, I must have put Wing 1 full clear here. And not just Sabbather. Big oof.
Help!
Nah, well. Cancel, ready check, ready check. Let's go. There we go. Suspected that was the case.
Surrender or die.
My mechanic. Yep. Boom. Everyone's stacking in the wrong spot. It's a funny thing, playing City's Mystic Forge prediction stuff for Summer Games Fest. Guild Wars 1 X-Pack was a maybe, Guild Wars 2 X-Pack was a maybe, and Guild Wars 3 was a maybe. Everything that was definitive yes was a sub-fee for Guild Wars 3. That's the one thing I really think it won't be. I don't think whatever new project they're announcing on it will be a sub-fee. I think it's ArenaNet's, well, one of ArenaNet's biggest differentiators in today's MMO and gaming space is a lack of a sub-fee. I do not expect to ever see one. Now it's a good time for me to head out here. I deal with Arrow next. Boom. There we go. And you still stand by it. Soto on release was decent. I agree. I think Soto on its release was really, really good. I think the biggest thing that clipped Soto's wings was the fact that it didn't really stick the landing. It told too big of a story that could be tidied up in a single expansion, at least with the structure that they went with. If Soto stuck the landing in terms of the story, that would be remembered much more fondly. I'm just going to wait for that, at least to get to about there. There we go. Wish they kept the Living World model. The Living World model was... It's very cool for existing players. It is a very hard thing to monetize. Like, I love Living World Season 3, love Living World Season 4. Start of Icebreed Saga was great. It's a very good system for existing players, but one of the things about giving players content for free is it's very hard to make money from it.
Okay, everyone, let's convene. There's more to this situation than we thought. These bandits were protecting something, and we need to find out what.
Yeah, the Living World model issues, they should have taken money for it, but they didn't. Yep. They set the precedent that it would always be free for those who were playing the game at the time, and that's hard to make money from. The new system functions somewhat similar to Living World, where you get regular updates, but you pay for it once a year, which is much more sustainable for them. Let's grab that. Nice. Catch you later, Naya. You have a good one. You don't mind the expansion stories, though. Oh, the expansion stories don't say bye to them as Living World, because Living World is an entire arc of multiple mini expansions. Yeah, the amount of content that we got for Living World for free was absolutely wild. Like, that was unhinged, the amount of content that they gave us. It was amazing, but I can see why they transitioned away from it, because you just can't sustain that. So I think ever since, well, honestly, not even since Living World, throughout the entire life of Guild Wars 2, it's been them trying to find the type of content that they can regularly pump out to satisfy, you know, their MMO audience. And I think the yearly expansion model is the closest they have come to finding that. Because at least this way, it's an expansion every year. Every 3 months, you get a fairly significant update that gets you excited to come back. And then you repeat it the next year. There's always that drip feed of content coming in. Which I think that is, at its core, kind of what MMO players want. Or at least the MMO community as a whole wants. Living World was fantastic, but you can't give something away for free and expect to monetize it. And it also made it incredibly complicated and annoying still to this day for new players, because when you're playing the game, when Living World comes out, you get all that content for free, whereas then you have to explain to a new player coming in that, oh no, you actually have to buy that, but oh no, it's different to expansions. You have to buy that with gems on the gem store, which you can convert gold for, or you can buy it using this bundle with the expansion. It becomes incredibly complicated when you have all these different models of content, as opposed to just eventually what they end up doing, which is they have the Dragon Saga Pack, which is here's everything up to and including End of Dragons, go ham. But if you're not getting that, it becomes really complicated trying to tell a new player what should you buy, So like, oh, do I buy Living World Season 2? But why don't I need to buy Living World Season 1? But there's 3 and 4. But what's Icebreed Saga? Where does that sit? And then you have the absolute wild take that is Living World Season 1 on launch, where, oh hey, the content is only there for 2 weeks and then it's gone. Which, I'm trying to wrap my head around how insane that is, looking back from like an MMO perspective, where MMOs, they thrive on having just huge quantities of content. And you can't build up that quantity of content when it just disappears. So I'm so glad they brought back Living World Season 1 and just included it basically as a part of core Guild Wars 2, but looking back on it now, it's just wild.
Threshold achieved.
Let's tidy that up.
Now, this is a
Dude, a little more to focus. I actually don't have many focuses, so that's actually pretty useful. Cool, we're above 4,200 gold, which is nice. Let's tidy up the decorations.
This is the only proper
The
course.
great thing about Spellbreaker is that throughout most of raids, I was really only paying like a small amount of attention, and yep, it just kind of works. It's very durable. Great, just passive sustain. Oh shit button with full counter. That can counter most things. Do you have to figure out what random things it can't? Do I have a salvage kit just to straight up deal with that? I do. Use. Cool. Get some more of that. Excellent. Now, I'm going to go take a quick break to go stretch my legs. I'll see everyone in a few minutes. Sit tight. I've been playing Guild Wars 2 for 11 years, and a question I get asked all the time is, how do I make more gold? Don't worry, friends, I've got you. Guild Wars 2 actually has an incredibly stable, well thought out economy. It just takes a little bit of knowledge to know how to take advantage of it to its fullest. Welcome back, everyone. It's a very common problem in Guild Wars 2 for new players to struggle to make gold. This is because Guild Wars 2 functions a little differently than other MMOs when it comes to gold making. Other, lesser games will simply flood your account with gold whenever you complete content, whereas Guild Wars 2 functions very, very differently. But worry not, my friends. If you've been playing Guild Wars 2 for a little while, you are probably richer than you even realize. There is a very real chance that you are sitting on a veritable fortune and not even realizing it. So today we are going to delve into one of the key stores of wealth in Guild Wars 2, your material storage. First up, we'll touch on why the material storage is important. Rather than flooding your account with liquid gold every time you complete an event, Guild Wars 2 will typically reward you with materials, items, and currencies. This adds a few more steps to convert these into raw gold, but trust me, it is a good thing that this is the case. As has happened in many other MMOs in history, simply handing out liquid gold to players often results in hyperinflation. Now, hyperinflation is a catastrophic thing that can happen in any MMO economy. When inflation takes place, your gold becomes worth less and less, and your purchasing power, or the number of things that you can buy with your gold, becomes lower. Effectively, this makes the regular player poorer than when they started. An item that starts out at 50 silver becomes worth 5 gold the next week and 50 gold the next. And before you know it, you are having to start printing $1 trillion bills in order to make sense of it all. Eventually, gold becomes effectively worthless
and the entire game's economy stops functioning. This makes the game less approachable to new players and means returning players come back to all their hard-earned gold being effectively worthless. There's even a notorious example of this with the game Gaia Online. Here, the developers introduced gold generators, items that will create gold for you automatically each day as a means to very quickly increase revenue. The value of gold decreased, with items that were previously worth thousands of gold now costing billions. Old players simply saw their entire savings vanish. Whereas in Guild Wars 2, with the rewards being structured primarily around materials and currencies, we can step around this problem. By rewarding you with materials, you then have to go and list them on the trading post if you want to convert them to gold. And whenever you do this, you are going to incur a 5% listing fee whenever you list an item, and a 10% exchange fee when your item is eventually sold. This is one of the many ways that Guild Wars 2 rips gold out of the economy and counteracts the risk of hyperinflation taking place. In fact, Guild Wars 2 has one of the most stable in-game economies that I have ever seen. I've been playing Guild Wars 2 for 11 years now, and the gold that I have on my account is worth a similar amount to what it was worth shortly after the game's launch, at least compared to so many other games out there. And now to make the most gold with the items in your material storage. Now, this will sound very obvious for experienced players, but I run into this question all the time on my streams. Put it simply, sell what you don't need and keep what you do. You need to set aside the need to hoard every material you get in case you might need it later. Guild Wars 2 isn't set up for you to easily farm the specific materials that you need. Instead, you're going to want to sell what you don't need to other players in order to get gold. You will then use that gold to buy materials that you do need. And if you're worried about selling an item with the risk that you may need it later, I'm going to reassure you, do not worry about it. When the time comes around when you actually need that item again, there's a decent chance that you have farmed up multiple of what you need. And worst case, you can simply repeat the process and sell what you don't need and buy what you need again. Avoid the urge to hoard all of your materials. It is only going to make it take longer and longer for you to reach your goals. If you want to quickly see at a glance how much gold is in your material storage, I highly recommend linking your Guild Wars 2 account with Guild Wars 2 Efficiency. Here you can view exactly what is in your material storage at any point and see just how much they're going to sell for. Guild Wars 2 Efficiency is the single greatest website I can recommend if you're looking to increase your gold making in Guild Wars 2, so 100% recommend you do this. I've somewhat recently gone and purged my material storage to fund some extra legendaries, and here I'm still sitting on almost 900 gold worth of materials that I could liquidate right now if I needed. Now, beyond simply selling your materials directly to the trading post, there are ways where you can increase the gold you make from your material storage. Your next step is to use these materials to craft things that other players need and then sell them for a profit. There are so many different items you can craft, and the best ones change depending on what the economy is doing and what items are in demand. However, here are some of the key items that I've been doing recently, and they've made me a significant chunk of gold. So much so, I've been able to fund 2 accounts just by doing this. For quartz crystals, you can convert 25 of these into a charged quartz crystal once a day. You can then use this to craft celestial weapons and armor, which sell for a very tidy sum on the trading post. You can also craft a piece of Skyscale food as well, which is a very consistent way to make some gold. I regularly use black diamonds that have dropped for me to craft Viper's weapons and armor, a very in-demand stat combination, has been for years and will be forevermore. Mithril, silk, and thick leather I use to craft ascended crafting materials, which I then turn into other useful things. One of these being tier 10 Jadebot cores. These use up a lot of materials as well as research notes. But aside from the research note crafting, this is a very easy, consistent way to make some extra gold. I also craft jeweled damask patches, as these can also use up a lot of the Heart of Thorns currencies that you may have piling up. Personally, I've been maxed out on these materials for years, so having a sink for them is incredibly valuable. I'll often craft Cryptus motivations as well, as these are used to juice the rewards that you get from farming your rifts, which makes these rifts even more profitable and speeds up your progress towards open world legendary armor. These are just a selection of the items that I craft, and these will change over time. So always try and be on the lookout for things that you can craft in order to turn a profit. As a general rule, if there is a useful item that has a few steps involved in its crafting, it's going to result in a much better profit than if you just sold the materials outright. Don't worry about trying to find something to craft for every item though, just focus on a handful at a time and then just sell the rest of the materials that you don't need. This is exactly what I do, and I have 56 legendaries to this account, and gold is never an issue.
And we are back. Welcome back, everyone. And Gossek, welcome in. It's great to see you. Nakibara, welcome in. I wonder what's the random update to the gathering animation. I haven't checked the gathering animation. Has there been a change to that? Let's go pick everything up. Do I even have gathering tools? Oh no, I've got some there. Nice. Eva Frost, thank you for the follow. Let's grab that. Okay. Let's actually go just check in Ars Guild Hall. We can take a look. And let's actually equip some gathering tools. Might depend on the gathering tool, because yeah, I'm not really seeing a noticeable update. That's the sickle one, okay. We'll wait till we get to the sickle one. Maybe a bit tricky because yeah, these tools obviously have their own animation. Nah, well. Just open up all that. Can probably salvage all these now, I think. I don't need them anymore.
Power flow at 30%. Rerouting.
There we go. Symbol of Potence. How much do those go for? No, yours different with basic, non-infinite tools. Okay, might see if we can hit up another guild hall and just take a look. So then I can, let's just find a sickle. Be on cloth. Okay. That actually does look a bit different. Like they've actually added a bit of a swiping animation there. I presume that's what's happened. I don't know, it might have just been one the animators had a bit of free time and went, oh, the other one looked odd and couldn't really tell if anything happened. Okay. I have to see what the new Dragon Bash rewards are as well. I did hear there were bear heads. Okay. Might just see as well if there's an Ender Dragon's meta popping off. No, not yet. Okay, that's cool. Let's go into Holbrook. I can also nuke that. And Cookie, thank you for the follow. Alright, so Dragon Bash. What are the achievements? So you can get the Bear Blessed Visage chest. So you can become bear. That's quite funny, actually. Okay, defeat the first 5 champions. Dragon Bash here. This is break many pinatas. So it's in Dragon Bash feats, it is. And Cookie, just returned this week to the game. You last played in Path of Fire release, so much new stuff to get used to. Oh yeah, there'll be such content for you to catch up to. Do you have all of the latest expansions? Okay, let's see what else is here. Annual Colored Sky, set of fireworks, launches in Holbrack. 15 laps of the mount race. Defeat all 6 champions in the arena. Pinata. Okay, we can do the Pinata adventure. I got everything but Visions of Eternity that needs to wait until next paycheck, I'm afraid. That's totally fair, but yeah, you've got such content to catch up on. Not even necessarily to catch up on, just enjoy. You don't need to blitz your way through. You can just take your time and enjoy it. Did you do all 5 events in all maps and 5 beginning maps and every 15 events? No, I haven't done that yet. Bonus events, actually. Summer Game Fest. What do we get from that? You get the Guild Warrior Cape skin. Okay. Complete events in ore, and then you get 3 guaranteed wardrobe unlocks. That's actually pretty cool. Yeah, complete 5 events in ore. Yeah, let's go do the race, I think. How do you feel about if Guild Wars 3 was the best case scenario in your head? My personal prediction is that it is announcing... Arena has released a teaser suggesting they're going to announce something this Friday at Summer Games Fest. Where does the race start from, actually? I think it starts from over here. My personal prediction is that it is teasing the latest expansion, or the next expansion, which I think will take place in a cleansed and restored ore. Because one thing that happened in the core Guild Wars 2 story was that ore was cleansed by the Act of Traherne, which we didn't really get much payoff for and didn't really see much change. So I would expect some sort of maybe time jump or something, or reworking of the ore maps to demonstrate that. That's my prediction. But if it was a new game, my best case scenario would be if it was a game that could sort of take place or exist alongside Guild Wars 2. I would be quite nervous if it was another MMO, because then it would directly compete with Guild Wars 2 and also be up against every other MMO out there, which has decades, in some cases literal decades of development behind them. But if it was a game that could complement Guild Wars 2 and run alongside it without cannibalizing it, that I think is the best play, if it is a new game. Would be a cool rebuild like they did with Lion's Arch. Yeah, that's the thing. They have like revamped existing maps before. They did it with Lion's Arch when they rebuilt it. Oh, dang. Been a while since I've done this one, but we're doing okay. There we go, that worked well. Big drift. It's going to put all our attention on this race right now. We don't want to boost too hard right through here. Can boost up here though. Oh good, I was just able to nab that one. Oh, hi Addie, what's up, sweetie? Got to remember to really slow down for the first like hairpin turn. And when we shared Legendary Armature in Guild Wars 2 a new one, I don't think they'd do that. They'd want people to progress whatever new legendary or gearing system they would have in any new game. And your prediction is reality becomes fractured like a fractal, similar to the new story of the Skywatch Archipelago map. I mean, I could sort of see that, because we don't know what Vlox is going to do at the end of Visions of Eternity. Who knows what kind of cluster he might unleash. And different stadium maps would be nice, like they did in WoW. We could choose between which time of the map you would port. I think that would be really interesting, especially because they've also been focusing on revamping or upgrading a lot of core systems in Guild Wars 2. I could see them revamping core Tyria maps like that. A food for thought, given the mists in Guild Wars lore and world and things being able to exist in different timelines, etc., they could do a crossover type game and hub. That's an interesting thought. Like, imagine if it was something that just, like, further, I don't know, integrated Guild Wars 1 and 2 somehow. I don't know what that would look like, but something that could enhance both of them. Control support would be a nice thing. They also fit into the narrative of revolutionizing MMOs. I could see that. That would. Don't know why they need to revamp Tyria. It looks sexy boxy. Guild Wars 2's art style does hold up really, really well. I don't think it's necessarily the art style that will need to be revamped. It's more so like the game engine. But it's very hard to sell a game engine update to people. And Don, you would honestly be very salty and just stop playing. People act like when Guild Wars 2 was announced. For Guild Wars 1 it didn't cannibalize, but it did. You were there. Lots of great players who loved MMOs quit. And Guild Wars 1 was in a horror death patch for almost 8 years before population started coming. And that's why I don't expect any new game that they are developing, because it seems pretty clear they are working on some sort of project. I don't expect it to be an MMO. Or an MMO in the sense that Guild Wars 2 is an MMO, because then it would just cannibalize its own audience. Which Guild Wars 2 is ArenaNet's cash cow right now. You don't want to release a new MMO that doesn't have an existing player base, that is competing against your existing MMO, and because it's from your own studio, will directly just like, not one for one, maybe like 80-20, just cannibalize it completely. So in effect, you're killing your cash cow, and then having to rebuild a new one from scratch. That is a very tricky thing to do. Why don't you finish your dinner? She did. She's showing me her finished bowl. Addie says hello, everyone. Let's go to the race. I've bought a new game called Boxes. You strongly recommend it? Okay, so what is Boxes? Yeah, PoE and PoE 2 had this problem on top of not being able to update PoE 1 for a full year because PoE 2 was on fire. Yeah, and that's... I've only played like a bit of PoE 2 for about, I don't know, 50 or so hours or something like that. But yeah, that's a similar situation where you're trying to basically release a game that competes against your existing one, and those games can have different audiences. I imagine PoE functions a bit differently because I think PoE 1 has a very dedicated player base and are quite happy just to keep playing that from what I've seen. Those who are more across the PoE space, feel free to chime in with what you think the dynamics of it are. But yeah, I feel like that one works a bit differently.
We all have a place in the eternal alchemy. How are you?
But you get like similar sort of themes.
My word.
So we just place our bets on everything.
Never have too much treasure.
Excelsior. Someday I will establish my prominence. How are you?
And so, I'm talking to Cookie. It's a couple quality of life upgrade site if you want them. The Mystic Sanctuary Permanent Pass, yeah, that's a really good one. Copper Fed Salvage, a Manic Silver one too. Yep, Volatile Magic Gathering Tools. Yeah, those are all really, really good. And Akibara, you think people were mad because PoE 2 was supposed to be just a large PoE 1 update? We came to overscope and this had to divide the games. Yeah, I could see that being a giant problem. They usually add stuff to both if it's been seen as a very good thing, like some stuff started as ideas in PoE 2, made it into PoE 1 and vice versa. That's an interesting way to do it, and yeah, I do eventually need to go back and play some more PoE 2. In particular, I do have that installed now, I just have to actually get back into it. Let's go interact with fireworks. But you're trying to actively maintain two games, that becomes very tricky. No matter the size of your studio. 72-hour BOE2 stream confirmed. I do have like a small list of other games that I do want to play, like especially on stream as well. Them being like some more Path of Exile 2. Want to play some Warframe as well. I've got that installed. And probably later on this month we will potentially look at adding in another day to allow certain things. Still sorting out the details of that and what kind of works best for both Jess and mine's schedule. But yeah, like there are other games that I do want to play. And like I always have a just low-level persistent hankering to play some Civilization as well. Like it's because like me starting up a game of Civ is a pretty big commitment. It's like just a sort of low-level persistent buzzing, like, oh, it'd be cool if I would play some Civ. And then I go and do something else, and then just be like, while I'm doing the thing, like, could be playing some Civ. And then I proceed to keep doing what I'm doing. Yeah, you have that small feeling of Civ 2. I know, it's not like, oh, I must play this right now. It's like an overwhelming urge. It's just like, that would be really nice. That would be really nice if I could just, you know, dedicate a few hours to playing a game of Civ. But that Civ stream will last about 2 months. Yep, that's it. Unless you, like, customize the game to make it go quite quickly. And Boxer, you wanted something else for a change, like Guild Wars 2. This gave you some joy doing it. That's amazing. And Hagrid, welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Connor, or ConnorConCarne, and you may also know me from my YouTube channel there, where we have a bunch of Guild Wars 2 guides. Oh. Hagrid, what's up, mate? How have you been? Everyone, make sure to go check out the wonderful Hagrid over on Twitch. You used to have a deep love for Civ 2. Yeah, see, Civ 6 was like the first Civ game I really got into, because it was just what came out at the time I had the capacity to play it. So to go back and play 5. I haven't played 7 yet, but I'm sure I'd probably enjoy it. But I have to go back and check out Civ 6 now that basically everything's been released for it. I'm glad to hear you're doing well. I wonder if it's going to happen Friday, and if it will be Guild Wars 3, do you think it'll still be 1 to 2 years away? Depends on the scale. My personal prediction is that they would be announcing the next expansion for Guild Wars 2, not necessarily a new game, but if they do announce a new game, I wouldn't expect it to be an MMO in the same way that Guild Wars 2 is, because that directly competes against and cannibalizes your own game. I think it would be a game that would release or be able to be run alongside Guild Wars 2, maybe in a different but somewhat adjacent like genre or style of game. So it could serve, I don't know, the existing audience in a different way. You don't want to release a new MMO to compete against your current one. I think that's a very dangerous thing to do. But who knows? But if it is like a new MMO, I would expect that to be still probably like 3, 4, maybe even 5 years away. If it's a game in a different genre, or maybe a game that has a smaller scope than MMO, I could see it being like 1 to 2. Now, what do you guys get up to tonight on your stream? I kind of want to turn on Blish HUD, but then I have to like, reboot Guild Wars 2. You know what? I may as well just do that, or else it's going to be bothering me. Bum, 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 bum. Get back to just Josh. May as well actually use this scene. And we'll start up Blish HUD there. We'll split player base, but also brings new people in. That is true in the sense that a new game or new MMO would bring people in, but I think the issue with MMOs in general is that they cannot release with anything resembling the level of content that an existing MMO has. Like if Guild Wars 3 was an MMO in the same style of Guild Wars 2, it would be more similar to how Guild Wars 2 was at launch, if anyone remembers that. And then anyone new who comes to the game then looks at the MMO. It wouldn't necessarily be like, you know, new players to the MMO genre. It would be new MMO players, or MMO players, existing MMO players, bouncing from their MMO to the new one. Then they'd be drawing comparisons between this game, or between your Guild Wars 3 and a WoW, a Guild Wars 2, an FF14. Oh, there we go. Managed to actually press the right button. And I think the risk of that is if you have a new MMO, one, you cannibalize your existing MMO. Can I enter? Why would you let me? Okay, there we go. You cannibalize your existing MMO, and then people are disappointed on launch because the new MMO doesn't have the content of the old MMOs. And then you run the risk of those new players bouncing and then not coming back to your game. And in doing that, you've cannibalized your existing MMO and you haven't maintained the audience in your new one. That is the biggest risk, I think, of releasing a new MMO. The theory I like the most is if it is a new game they're announcing, it could be some sort of like world versus world or PvP focused game, because I think at its core now, well, Guild Wars 2 started out, it was initially going to be sort of a PvP esports game, where the focus was going to be on competitive PvP. That didn't last for particularly long, it did not take hold. And then they transitioned to really just focusing on PvE. PvE is the main focus of Guild Wars 2 as a whole. After that, you would have world versus world, and then well after that, you would have structured PvP. I could see them having a new release that focuses more specifically on the PvP and world versus world aspects, so then they could more appropriately serve that community. Open world PvP? No. I don't think it would be like open world PvP. I don't think. Or in, I think, the way that other people have experienced it and seen it in other games. Because those games, I think, inherently don't do well. Those games only really appeal to the hardest of the hardcore PvP players. And even just, if you're talking about some hardcore open world PvP player loot system where you loot people's gear or something after you kill them, whatever that looks like, that game mode, that game style inherently sort of turns off new players, because new players come in, they get absolutely rolled, and then they bounce because there's 1,000,001 other games that they can play. So I think releasing that, knowing you're only going to cater to the most hardcore of hardcore audience, which will just naturally get smaller and smaller because it gets very hard to draw people into those games. Behave Matthew, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Connor, or ConnorConCarne, and you can also check me out on my YouTube channel there, where we've got a bunch of Guild Wars 2 guides. Yeah, open world PvP doesn't keep solo players. Guild Wars 2 retains solo players. Yes, what Guild Wars 2 does exceptionally well is it caters towards solo and casual players. That is the big audience that I think Guild Wars 2 serves better than basically any other game out there. Because, Guild Wars 2 doesn't have a, as big of a endgame scene as, say, how can I talk to this person? As, say, World of Warcraft. But Guild Wars 2 is a game where you can always come back to it and feel like you are progressing, doing something as a solo player or with a group of people. You don't need a big group of people to play Guild Wars 2. You can just do it by yourself.
My word.
It could be the case for new MMOs that they want to try and get into the console market, and that the current Guild Wars 2 engine makes it impossible to port over console. Oh yeah, they could not port Guild Wars 2 over to console. Unless it was like a full engine rework, but that would be wild.
How are you?
And Dan's welcome in. Old school RuneScape does it well too, differently, but well. Okay, so how so? How would you describe how it does it? Because I haven't played old school RuneScape. Did I place bets on everything?
The eternal alchemy.
Good hunting.
Oh, they're doing their thing. I'll go to the actual adventure. And then Lady Elsa's AP guides. I just want that. No, not that. It's probably Tickets I want, actually. Or is it? Maybe try here. Yeah, Festival's Dragon Bash. Pinata Bashing, that's what I want. There's a max that stays max, and they just make content for everything in between, so everything stays relevant. So what do you mean a max that stays max? Oh, nice, Boxer. You get a new smart TV so you can do Guild Wars 2 on the couch. Excellent. Where is the adventure? That's what I'm looking for. It's up there. Pinata Bashing, that's what I want. Skies. Okay. I can't actually see any markers here, which is not what I want. Oh, so their combat system is divided by the styles. The max level for one stat will always stay 99. Okay, so it's very similar to Guild Wars 2, where they've got their fixed sort of system. I'm going to exit that. Why are you not showing? Oh, do I not have like all markers turned on? All markers, Lady Elsa's guides, Festival's Dragon Bash. Why are these not showing? I might use tickets instead. Tickets, festivals. Yeah, there we go. Horizontal progression, not vertical. That's alright, I type in caps all the time. What's that? Smash pinatas in your location, leap forward into the air, resetting the cooldown. Okay. Well, I ported myself into a wall and I can't get out. Your elite's on caps, that's right, my weapon swap is on caps. Hang on, that didn't work. Maybe I just don't use that. Okay, so we'll do that for big leaps.
Let's send some traffic the other way.
I could do that.
Oh, didn't want to do that. So what do we get? Okay, so we got to go a bit faster. Oh, did that not do it? Okay, so we have to utilize this a bit more. Oh, I'm in the wall. Okay, I shouldn't do that. Don't do that. Super easy to port into the wall. Oh, hang on, let's reset that. That's better. Almost. So just not in the wall. Right on the ledge there, and that's fine. Can we land right on that? Nice. And that's gold. Very good. Okay. So where are we at now in terms of other achievements? So I gotta go pick more winners in the circle. So we just go place a bet on everything.
My word. We all have a place in the eternal alchemy.
Bonus events? No, festivals. Okay, so what else is there? Go consume many Zytaffy. You can place a bet on everything? You can, yeah. You can just place a bet on every single one. You don't have to pick the winner. You can just bet on everything. I complete 5 laps. No, yeah. You can see I've got like all the buffs here for placing a bet on each. So it doesn't matter.
My word.
Yeah, Dragon Dash feats. Okay, this is what I kind of want. Pinata Plummeter is done. Going the distance, have to the arena. I need to do 7. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I can skip out on 2. And personal workers. So let's go. Let's see actually. What build are we rocking? We're doing Celestial, Open World. I might do Cruel Overseer. Wait till this one's done. So then we can always go and do the Dragon Arena stuff. Let's go interact with many of those. Ow, what's up? Great to see you, mate. Warmaster, Pack Marshal, Imperator, Connor, the Ultra Marathoner. Love it. How you been, mate?
Up for a challenge?
The Winter Circle completed. So we have to do that more. Alright, let's see. Central Terrier. How would be under festivals? Parties? Or parties in Central Terrier? Large squads, Hollow Bash. Probably put something up if I go over here. So let's go Dragon Arena.
Better luck next time.
You'll lose every time.
Okay. I assume it's parties for this. It's probably my LFG is busted. Okay, that's a restart issue. There we go, Guild Wars 2 relaunching. Back in we go, and D. Nope, gotta wait till the game actually launches. There we go. Where's my unload arc DPS if we're having that issue? There we go. Many peeps now. Central Terria parties. Oh, Dragon Arena public. We can just skip that then. Nice, getting flooded with experience now. Should actually rock some proper experience boosting food. Bear Crumble, welcome in. Yes, Dragon Bash is upon us. Okay, so now we got to exit. We can just re-enter, I presume. I do love Winter's Day. Winter's Day is my personal favourite festival. Love the vibes of it.
Slowpoke.
Get ready to fight!
I love the Queen's Gauntlet aspect of 4 Winds. I wish so many of the achievements were repeatable, because they're really fun. Just recovering from FIFA Spark regarding Friday's announcement. I mean, yeah, it's really exciting times. I am keen to see what they announce. Obi Owen, welcome in. Great to see you. Very nice. Oh, Minion Master done. Radio. Oh, welcome in, Bolo. How's it going? No, we got loads of those. How much do these sell for? Okay, not actually that much. One cough is like one hectare. Okay, that's a good way to remember it. I mean, I'll probably need a bunch of Zytaffy anyway for one of the achievements, so I might as well open them. I'll swap to short bow. Sorry about that, bad crumble. And you're wondering, does it matter how many mobs you kill individually in that arena? I don't think so, beyond just like farming experience and progress towards whatever achievement is based on the number of, you know, holographic dragon mobs you need to kill. I don't think it materially matters, but it's probably good to tag as much as possible. The experience is good, which means more spirit shards. Oh. Cool, we got the Guild Warrior cape. Hooray! That's pretty cool. You did 3 full rounds, got 4 spirit shards, not too bad. But yeah, spirit shards are still my main gate for many legendaries. So it's always good for me to try and farm up as many as possible. So the plan is, when the World vs. World Rush comes back around, tail end of July, going to craft 6 legendaries total across 3 accounts, and then sell 1, funnel the rest back to this account. But we use the World vs. World Rush across 3 accounts to get a lot of Gifts of Battle. 6k spirit shards. Yeah, I'm only on 99 now. I just found out, remember that on map completion you get 2 gifts of exploration. Yeah, for Corteria anyway. Super handy. You should farm Spirit Shards, Sebastian, during the XP event. It's a good thing to do. Like, just in general, whenever you're playing Guild Wars 2, run as much experience boosters as is humanly possible. And, like, if you've got that many Spirit Shards, at that point you can probably start crafting legendaries to sell, or just do, like, material promotions in the Mystic Forge. They are actually quite profitable. You just have to put the time in to particularly place buy orders for all the other things you're promoting. Like, I imagine converting tier 5 into tier 6 material should be still quite profitable. And that you can do en masse with cataclysmic amounts of shards. Yeah, that's right. I figured you meant gift exploration. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Feel free to repeat your question in case I missed it or you want answered again. More than happy to do that. I've been told we're not sure if it's true that half the T5s now are lost when flushed in the toilet. We can take a look. Check Guild Wars 2 efficiency, and if we go currency, spirit shards, skip those. No. It's about, like, even just looking at T6s, which are always good to do because they always sell, you're talking about 50 to 60 silver profit per spirit shard. So I don't know, take that many spirit shards you've got, 6,000, and multiply it by 0.6. Oh, let's go 0.5. Well, you're on about 3,000 gold if you just assume the 50 silver conversion. How many shards per legendary roughly? In terms of weapons, it's about 350. It's different for like armors and stuff like that, but obviously if you're selling legendaries, you're selling weapons. And that's for Gen 1s. It might be a bit different for Gen 3s. I'll take a look at that. Yeah, let's just nuke a bunch of these. Are mirrors on Castora still worth the time invested? I imagine they're probably still worth it. The real mirror farming that I tended to do was I would park characters at the individual mirror locations and just log in and do the mirror, log out, do the next one. It's just probably like the full farm has been reduced, but I imagine it's still probably decently profitable parking characters at them. Orines. Let's go bite. Just because I remember it, and just start hitting that. Nope, press the wrong thing. Ah! I'm not using my own materials, and Orines legendary. Yeah, 274. So, I don't know, 270 to 350 spirit shards per legendary weapon. You do the medium route daily, and it's like 100 yellow unidentified gear. So yeah, you're probably talking about... identified gear. So yeah, it's like, by the time you sell 16-ish gold, depends how quick you can do it. But yeah, it's probably a good thing to start stockpiling your Ectos now, because you'll have Festival of the Four Winds coming up at some point in the near future, and that place always puts a huge demand for Ectos, because you convert them to Zephyrite boxes for people to gamble with. Yes, Ecto rise in price. I'd expect that to happen. So what are we doing here? Oh, I've already done Masters of the Arena. What am I doing? That was for Four Winds Festival? Yeah, Four Winds Festival, that's where you convert Ectos into Zephyrite boxes. Oh, you salvage unidentifiers and it's like 25 gold per run in Ectos? Solid. Especially for saying that's like uber low effort, that's really good. How long does it take you roughly?
Use your time wisely.
So we are finished with Masters of the Arena, so I need to remember that. Maybe half an hour, not sure exactly. Okay, so you're talking about 50 gold an hour right there, which is still really solid. For a farm that you can do yourself, get 50 gold an hour is pretty good. I've got a bunch of material storage as well. Okay, bonus events, festivals, that's what I want. I just need to track that. There we go. Got to consume a boatload of Zytaffy. Do race event, go pick more winners. Okay, we'll see what kind of makes sense for us to do. What's this? So we get new weapons. Solid weapons, I like those actually. That's really cool. Yeah, definitely worth our time to go get them. Alright, let's go see if there's a race event. See how long before that next one is going to pop up. You bet on all just to get the winner? Yeah, that's the best way to do it.
That looks valuable.
And thank you for the stretch. And thank you, Emery, for the follow. I appreciate that. Okay. So we can get a bunch of extra astral acclaim, which is good. Get the Halloween herder. Okay. I'll pull up the event timers and see what's there for the festival. Okay, yeah, so they have the... Every 15 minutes you have a event. Alright. At Nitrax, it's a good time to start Guild Wars 2 with this new announcement. The game's a lot of content, you're scared of being overwhelmed. It's always a good time to start Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 is a very good MMO for, I think, new players and the more casually orientated of us, so I think it's a fantastic time to start. The fact that there's so much content means there's so much content for you to enjoy. And there is really no rush in terms of Guild Wars 2. Like, it's not like you have to rush to get up to endgame. All content in Guild Wars 2 is relevant, so no matter what you're doing, it is going to be useful to you, it's going to be, you know, pushing you toward your various goals. Especially if you can catch the expansions on sale as well, that's a good time. And Insane, thank you for the follow. And yeah, we don't know what the announcement this Friday is going to be. I'm very excited to see it, whether it is a new expansion, whether it is a new game. I'm personally leaning towards a new expansion, but looking forward to finding out. With announcements, often there will be discounts on the DLCs. Yeah, and Guild Wars 2 in general will quite frequently run discounts on its DLC anyway. Yeah, regardless of announcement is actually Guild Wars 3 or not, Guild Wars 2 won't go anywhere for the foreseeable future. No, it won't. ArenaNet will, in all certainty, keep Guild Wars 2 operating for many, many years. Guild Wars 1 is still operating, and that game is older than probably a significant amount of everyone watching. Overall, the expansions, except Visions of Eternity and Soto, oh yeah, like, you've got so much content to catch up on. You might not see a sale on Visions of Eternity, because that's the current expansion, but Soto you get a discount on. Oh yes, like just generally, you should buy every expansion. Like, they are all good, they all offer new things, new features, new story, new maps, new specializations, new weapons. They're all good. You should get them all. The expansions are like the #1 thing that you should purchase to improve your overall Guild Wars experience.
I feel strong.
If Guild Wars 3 is not going to be an MMO, would that mean that Guild Wars 3 will still get development? If Guild Wars 3 was not an MMO, which, whatever new project they are working on, I personally expect it to not be an MMO, at least in the sense that Guild Wars 2 is, I would expect Guild Wars 2 to still get support and content. I don't think they would drop content for that, because Guild Wars 2 is their cash cow. And a great way to help an existing game get off the ground is to maintain that cash flow from your existing game, which that is Guild Wars 2. And do you have tips for a new player? I have a bunch of guides over my YouTube channel that are probably very helpful for new players, particularly betting on why I play Guild Wars 2 and ways for new players to make gold. It doesn't matter what class you play. It's really just down to personal preference and what you enjoy. Guild Wars 2 balance is really, really good in that every class can fill every role and there's viable builds for every single class, so it's really just play what class you enjoy. And what you can do is you can create a character, finish the tutorial mission, be level 2, you can instantly go into PvP, into the PvP lobby, and then everything will be unlocked for your character. Like for every expansion that you've got, every elite spec will be unlocked, every weapon will be unlocked. You can then just try out the class to its full potential and see how you like it. And if you do like it, keep it. If you don't like it, you can delete it and try again. But there is no bad choice, it just comes down to what you enjoy. Feel better on new engine development for Guild Wars 2? Oh, as much as I would love new engine development for Guild Wars 2, I feel like that would be a really tricky thing for them to do. Well, be a really tricky thing for them to make money off of. If the expansion is Guild Wars 3, then we'll get a repeat of the transition from 1 to 2. That might still mean that Guild Wars 2 will get another X-Pack to tie up loose ends and add stuff like a pool of monuments. Yeah, we could see that. Yeah, if we do get like similar situation to Guild Wars 1 to 2, that is what I would expect. That sounds amazing, Nitrix. And yeah, if you do use my affiliate link there as an ArenaNet partner, that helps support the stream at no extra cost to you. But I 100% recommend you should get the expansions. They're all good. And 100% worth your time. Ah, that's fine. Get them on Steam. No issues at all. Okay, this will be starting up. It's going to inch as close to the start as we can. You can't use like my in-game link on Steam. That's fine. So just purchase them on Steam. But I appreciate you asking.
Go ahead.
And also, you just being here chilling and chatting, that is support as well. Was that a race? Yeah, this is a mount race for the most recent festival, Dragon Bash. So festivals come around. Oh, I've done terribly. This has gone horribly wrong. Festivals come around every few months in Guild Wars 2, and Dragon Bash is one of the recurring ones. That's right, really I just need to complete it. I don't necessarily need to do well. So with every festival, there's like recurring achievements that give you extra rewards, extra achievement points. Some festivals can be quite good ways to make gold. Ah. I get it. I did. Nice. Also, do you need to play the first Guild Wars to understand the lore of Guild Wars 2? No, I don't think so. Like, Guild Wars 2 takes place several hundred years after the first Guild Wars 1, and like for reference, I started Guild Wars 2 without having played Guild Wars 1 way back in the day, so you will be fine. And there's a ton of great YouTubers out there that do various like lore summary videos for parts of Guild Wars 1, but no, you don't need it at all. The main thing is like certain like world events you might have a bit more context to and stuff, but Guild Wars 2 will explain everything perfectly well. Oh, flubbed it. Also, you know the map exploration is kind of big in this game, but is it something bad if you create another character you need to explore everything 100% again, right? You don't need to explore everything 100%. You only really need to explore the map 100% if you are crafting legendary weapons, which that's a very much down the track thing. For reference, I have 26 characters on this account, 25 on another account, 9 on another account. I don't have map completion on every one of them. I'll just really do it when I want to craft legendaries. You can just run around the world, get the various like sort of key waypoints that you need, which, yeah, is super easy to do. You don't need to do 100% map comp. This is alarm going off. I'll turn that off in a moment. Oh, you like completion because you hate fogging the map? Ah, okay, well in that case, yeah, you would have to go through and do that if you really wanted to, you know, get rid of the fog of war, as it were, but it's not at all required. That's entirely just up to your preference. I mean, there are like waypoint packs you could buy on the gem store if you were so inclined. Cross finish line, nice. Okay, cool. I can turn that off now. How many hours to explore the map, right? I recently did 2. There won't be to unlock the whole map. There will be ones to like get waypoints, I believe. So not like everything. Just like key teleport or fast travel points is a better way of putting it. Waypoint, let's check. Yeah, there you go. Central Interior Waypoint Unlock Package. That should do. Yeah, it can only be used on one character, but that's 2,000 gems, so whatever that conversion is in your local currency, or like 800 gold. But I'd suggest not doing that. Yeah, those are expensive, but also like I did 2 rounds of map completion on characters recently because I'm been crafting legendaries to sell. It took me about 10 to 12 hours. The world record for doing it is like 7-ish hours, I think. So it's not particularly long. But yeah, you don't need to do it again. And if you are just removing the fog of war, it's even quicker. Then you're just like basically just zigzagging across the map. But yes, like I would not advise buying the waypoint unlock. That is very much a uber expensive thing that only people who have too much money would do, I think. But yeah, it would be, if you were quick at it, about 12 to 15 hours probably for map completion. You don't really like to have multiple characters, you like to have one. Is really necessary to have ults. You don't need to have ults, no, because every class in Guild Wars 2 can fulfill all sort of main roles in the game. So you can heal on every class, you can provide boons on every class, do DPS on every class. Just follow, thank you for the follow. And Leroy, sorry, I misread that. Leroy, thank you for the follow. Yeah, it's not, but you would deprive yourself of variety. Yeah, like you don't need to, but I recommend it because that's one of the things Guild Wars 2 excels at, is sort of allowing you to have alt characters and being able to pass things like gear between them very, very efficiently. And so much of what you do in Guild Wars 2 is account bound rather than character bound. Just play styles. Different classes play differently. You can get different aesthetics on characters. You can have characters of different races, different fashion. Every single class will play differently. You could have, say, one character who's a PvP character, one character who you focus on PvE, one for World vs. World. And has Guild Wars 2 done any collab with other games in the same way FF14 has? No, Guild Wars 2 has not. We'll wait until that race begins. I guess I got to do more race anyway. Let's gradually get there. I need to consume Zytaffy, so finish that. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll get it done. Especially because it's just been like in the last hour of tonight's stream. We've done pretty well. And just do the time trial. Now here we just need to actually slow it down. There we go. I love the mount race music in Guild Wars 2. It's very satisfying. Doing way better in time trial than we were doing in the race. But really, when it comes to picking a class in Guild Wars 2, just pick one that you kind of like the aesthetic of. And just know that Guild Wars 2 is a game where, like, you can always delete a character if you want. I wouldn't really advise it because characters get birthday gifts. But you can switch very easily. Only delete your weekly key farm character. Yeah, that's a good tip if you want to make the best use of your characters. And I personally would love like a Guild Wars 2 remaster. I doubtful whether or not we get it, because remaking a game like Guild Wars 2 for the sheer size of it would be an incredibly expensive and long endeavor. If the new game is Guild Wars 3, do you think many people stay in Guild Wars 2 and refuse to let it go? Like on Guild Wars 1, you have a lot of people who refuse to leave. I expect that would happen. Like if Guild Wars 3 wasn't MMO, and I think people would just, there would be a chunk of people, a certain demographic of people that would just stay in Guild Wars 2, because, you know, at a certain point, if you've invested thousands upon thousands of hours in the game, then yeah, it can be a bit of a tall ask in order to get people to move away from it. But we'll have to see what the actual announcement is. My personal prediction, again, it's entirely just a prediction, is that they are announcing the new expansion. I think they are investing more money and more resources into the marketing of their next expansion. But if it is a new game, I would expect it to be a game that would be sort of complementary to Guild Wars 2. That could be run alongside it, because I've mentioned this many times before on stream and many times in tonight's stream, but releasing a new MMO directly competes and cannibalizes your existing MMO, which is your cash cow. And a new MMO can't compete in terms of the sheer amount of content when you compare it to other MMOs that have been alive for, what, 20 years? When you look at things like WoW, Guild Wars 2 has been active for 14 years now. Don't know how long FF14's been active or ESO, but you are not just competing, you're not just, your game doesn't exist in a vacuum. It has to compete against all those others, especially if it wants to retain players. So I would expect, and what I would prefer to see, is if whatever new game they are working on, if it is a game that can exist and coincide with their existing games, Guild Wars 1, Guild Wars 2, and whatever a Guild Wars 3 project would be.
Go ahead.
And yeah, they definitely seem to be working on a new game. It's just, this is what I feel this current announcement might be, just based on sort of my gut feel. And if it wasn't MMO, I would be excited. I would also be nervous. And I think in terms of MMOs, they are a genre of games that are less in need of a new game or a new release to spice things up compared to other games. Because one, MMOs are typically positioned as forever games. They are games that you are expected to invest years upon years into, that can always sort of be there, sort of act as people's comfort show in terms of games. And I think what typically benefits MMOs, once you have the good foundation, is simply building upon that foundation. And every new bit of content you add to your existing MMO increases its value. Oh, and that first turn also, that's taken a few attempts to get down. I just know you have to slow that one down. You would love Unreal Engine 5 Guild Wars 2. I would love that too. Like, I would personally really love to see a world where Guild Wars 2 got, like, optimized. Got optimized, made it so it ran like an absolute dream, didn't have the random performance issues that it gets because it's basically a single-threaded game in the year of our Lord 2026. I wish that was the case, but yes, refining an existing game is tricky because it's hard to sell people on buying a new game by simply re-releasing an existing one. It's tricky. I would love to see it. I don't think it really matters the actual engine that any game works on. As long as you use that engine well, it doesn't really matter. Every engine is just tools. Like, different programming languages are just different tools, and some tools may be better suited for others, but you can use them for a whole host of things. Yeah, it's up to the devs to consider optimizations. Yeah, absolutely. It's how talented your developers are with working with that particular engine. And if you have people who are good with it, they will make something that's great and incredibly performant. If you have people who are bad with it, they will make something that is not. Okay, so that gives us the Iceborne chest. What do we want? But some of these weapons, I think these are actually pretty hype. I really quite like the sword. Oh, the shield would be... That's quite good. Yeah, I quite like that, actually. Oh, Iceborne Spear. What's that look like? Just a solid spear. The sword's the one that I think is probably most interesting there. What's the torch? Oh, the torch is also cool. Scepter. I mean, I'm getting all the Aurene ones, but rifle's surprisingly decent. Pistols I will eventually get. Hope. I know I've already got the Aurene swords, but I like that. I think that is a sleek looking sword. Staff I'm a bit meh on. I don't have many good maces, actually. Yeah, I don't have many good blue maces, and that stands as a very good blue mace. Yeah, let's accept that. Cool. Yeah, we have Iceborne weapons now. Okay, let's go check out some of these vendors. Potions. Meh. Okay, we don't need to care about those. Mindless, welcome in. Yeah, I'm very excited for Friday to see what they announce. How you been? I don't really care about homesteading yet. Hey, thank you for the hydrate. Thank you for the stretch. Okay, so where are we at? I think the standing desk. Boomer, welcome in. I'm doing very well. How about yourself? Do you think if Guild Wars 3 would be announced, would Rev Class be there? It's a very tricky question. I don't know. I would probably expect no. If I was to hazard a guess, if a new game was announced, classes that would be in there, I would think Mesmer. Like Mesmer, Warrior, Guardian. I kind of feel like they keep Mesmer, that's sort of their unique one, but I kind of think you'd almost get your sort of core ones that you had. Rev's my personal favorite class, but it kind of doesn't fit into a traditional or very easily recognizable sort of fantasy niche. Like Necromancer, you know what you're getting into. Thief, you know what you're getting into. Warrior, you know. Guardian, you know. Elementalist, you know. Mesmer, unique to Guild Wars 2 exception, sort of stands. Probably wouldn't expect to see Engineer in there. It kind of depends on what they would be looking and how focused they want to be. Would they start like with Guild Wars 1, which only had like, I think it was like 5 classes on launch or something, or would they go for a lot because, I don't know, it makes a bit of a balancing issue. And what I've been going very, very well. Been mainly working on crafting every single Aurene Legendary in Guild Wars 1. We cleared Cerus Embodiment of Sin, one of the hardest encounters in the game the other week, so we're rocking that title now. And yeah, right now I'm still on Linux, but I sort of bounce around between Linux and Windows depending on how I'm going, what I need to do, and what issues I may be facing. I've actually been running into some issues at the moment, particularly with OBS, so might be back on Windows for the next one until I can resolve it. And if we're going back to Or When It Was Not Ruined doesn't mean between Guild Wars 1 and 2. It could potentially be. I personally think it is teasing the next expansion, which could take place in a cleansed and refreshed Or, because we cleansed Or as part of the core Tyria story, and we haven't seen any changes of the maps from that. So I would probably be like, oh look, it's been long enough. The Or maps, the cleansing of Or has fully taken root now. Look at fancy new Or. As you managed to get PoE 2 working on Linux, I have installed it, I have not booted it up. And what Linux distro are you using? Does Guild Wars 2 run on Linux? I'm using Nobara, and to answer your question, yes. Guild Wars 2 will basically run on whatever version of Linux. There's multiple ways to do it. I am doing it by... hang on, go over here. I just added the free-to-play version of Guild Wars 2 to my Steam library. Then I just go under Properties. Then the only real command you need is like -provider portal, and then you can use your native ArenaNet client via Steam. And then I have a version of Proton GE enabled, and I use that, and Guild Wars 2 will literally just run, and it'll be super chill. And then there's a bunch of other random commands to resolve specific things. I use map load info, so it shows me if maps are loading. I have this command here to basically make it so my mouse cursor in Guild Wars 2 behaves a little bit better, because I've had to use this command to stop the Guild Wars 2 launcher from basically slowing down my entire desktop to like 6 FPS, which goes away as soon as I launch it. But if I was to not have that, what you'd see on stream, if I ever launch Guild Wars 2 in the background, the stream FPS would just absolutely tank. So that's a specific I'm streaming Guild Wars 2 fix. That's not really a concern for most people. Guild Wars 2 is very much sort of plug and play on Linux. So yeah, that's the Proton enable Wayland command that does that. And then I've done the basically forcing, I don't know, Steam or Proton, whatever the issue is, to render the cursor using software instead of via hardware. And because I was running into issues where certain double clicks weren't registering. But yeah, that command there is how you will fix the laggy launcher. And then that command is how I fixed certain random cursor issues. They were very slight issues. They're not really perceptible, but they're sort of enough for me to feel. And you get also on Linux, it works with like Nexus. You can just install ArcDPS and it's all fine. And there's a way to get Bliss HUD working as well, which I was running earlier. And you can use Timey HUD as well. But Bliss HUD also works on Linux. A Proton enable Wayland changes your keyboard layout for some reason partially. That's strange. Yeah, you might run into some sort of niche issues, but there's a way around it. And like Guild Wars 2, I find actually tends to perform a little bit better on Linux than it does for me on Windows. Mostly because I've got an AMD GPU. Anything noteworthy for me to get there? I don't think anything there is like really good for me to get. That's alright, let's take a look now and see who else is online, because we've gone a little bit over. think let us saunter on over to... We'll do Zalandra today. They're always good vibes. Yeah, the slowdown isn't really a problem because you don't have the launch open for more than a few seconds anyway. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's not an issue, I think, for most people. It is only an issue for me because I stream. And thank you, Night Looney, for the follow, because then stream would see basically stream would tank for a bit. So what if I'm on my Be Right Back screen, I'm rebooting Guild Wars 2 as I periodically do, you'd see the videos just chug for like a few seconds, which I don't want. It's not very professional of me. But excellent. Thank you all so much for hanging out. Thank you to everyone who subbed and everyone who rated. It was a wonderful stream. Looking forward, especially we're coming back on Sunday. That will be the other side of the announcement they are expected to make at Summer Games Fest. So I'm sure we'll have many spirited discussions about that. I am super keen to see what it is and what ArenaNet has in store for us. So I'll see everyone on the other side of that. And yeah, we'll probably finish off a bunch more Dragon Bash achievements as well. See what else we need to do and what is the best use of our time in terms of maxing out our legendaries. In terms of when we will be off, it won't be next week. It will be potentially the one after. I'm going to suss that out, sort of whether or not we have, my nan here while we're sort of looking after her or not. Either way, I won't be streaming for that week if we are sort of looking after my nan during the time when my granddad gets his knee replacement. So we'll suss that out. I've got a call to make on Friday to suss that out. But yes, either way, make sure everything's all taken care of, and then we'll do a bunch of bonus streams to make up for it on the other side. So we will have the same amount of streams. They might just be at different times. But yes, thank you all so much for hanging out. Oh, we're going to raid out now. Toodaloo team, see ya. I've been playing Guild Wars 2 for 11 years, and a question I get asked all the time is, how do I make more gold? Don't worry, friends, I've got you. Guild Wars 2 actually has an incredibly stable, well thought out economy. It just takes a little bit of knowledge to know how to take advantage of it to its fullest. Welcome back, everyone. It's a very common problem in Guild Wars 2 for new players to struggle to make gold. This is because Guild Wars 2 functions a little differently than other MMOs when it comes to gold making. Other, lesser games will simply flood your account with gold whenever you complete content, whereas Guild Wars 2 functions very, very differently. But worry not, my friends. If you've been playing Guild Wars 2 for a little while, you are probably richer than you even realize. There is a very real chance that you are sitting on a veritable fortune and not even realizing it. So today we are going to delve into